بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الأساتذة، أعضاء اللجنة الاستشارية الدولية لمشروع جامعة عمان، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعاً بكل خير. إنه لمن دواعي السرور أن نلتقي بكم اليوم جميعاً في هذه الندوة العلمية التي ينظمها مكتب مشروع جامعة عمان بالتعاون مع جامعة السلطان قابوس لتسليط الضوء على مستقبل التعليم والوظائف في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي، وكذلك التحديات التي قد تواجهها هذه القطاعات والقطاعات الاقتصادية الأخرى. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, the members of the International Advisory Board of University of Oman Project, dear audience, it is our pleasure to welcome you all today in this symposium that addresses the future of education and work in the age of artificial intelligence. Now, we will start the first session, and we would like to invite Dr. Joseph Aoun, President of Northeastern University. Dr. Joseph is an internationally renowned linguist and authority of higher education policy, who will introduce his book, Robot-Proof Higher Education in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Also, we would like to invite Dr. Jennifer Barnes, the moderator of this session. Dr. Barnes is a musicologist, university administrator, and former Pro-Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Cambridge from 2010 to 2015.
Good morning, everyone. It's a tremendous honor for us to be here in Sultan Qaboos University, a university that all of us on the International Advisory Board have visited and admired very much. And we also are particularly pleased to see students here today, and when there are times for questions, we will be looking very much and hoping very much to have questions throughout the hall, but particularly the dedication of this morning is to the future and to our students. Last October, I received a book in the mail from my friend and colleague, and also somebody I admire greatly, President Joseph Aoun of Northeastern University in the United States. He had been modest in describing the book, but as soon as I began reading it, I realized that I was in the presence of a radical thinker, one who was prepared to challenge the orthodoxy of education and to bring about some fundamental changes which were profound because they worked so beautifully with the human spirit. Professor Aoun has written us a work which reminds us that humans are inherently curious, that we would want to learn and discover things whether anyone let us or not. And it is this call for the curiosity of the human mind against the complacency that can affect us when we are put into a box or told we are a specialist that is remarkable about this work. President Aoun is not the only speaker today who is a polymath, and sometimes we talk about polymaths as Renaissance people. That is, I feel, probably a Western term, and of course the Middle East was the cradle of thinking of numbers, of music, of art, of culture, always integrated. President Aoun is now going to speak to us about his work And following that, more importantly, will be the questions from you about his work. And so without further ado, may I ask you to warmly welcome Professor Aun.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and dear students. It's a tremendous privilege and honor for me to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for inviting us. What I would like to do today is talk a little bit about the impact of artificial intelligence and robotics on work. Various studies commissioned by Oxford University, by McKinsey, Accenture, and various other organizations are projecting that in the industrialized world, 50% of the jobs that we know today will disappear. The World Bank has projected that in the emerging markets, 70% of the jobs we know will disappear in the next 20 years. Let me repeat, 70% of the jobs will disappear in the next 20 years. Why? It's very simple. Every job that can be turned into a process will disappear. So many jobs that we take for granted will not be with us. And here I am not talking about manual and physical jobs only. I'm not talking about blue-collar jobs. I'm talking about blue-collar jobs. I'm talking about white-collar jobs such as accounting, many aspects of the legal professions, many aspects of the financial industries and the financial professions, et cetera, et cetera. As a matter of fact, blue-collar jobs, white-collar jobs will be impacted, and AI is colorblind. It will impact us all. At the same time, there will be new jobs that will be created. As a matter of fact, we know that those jobs are being created as we speak, and there will be many more. For instance, you all know that 15 years ago, the notion of cybersecurity was something that people didn't talk about. In the United States, for instance, there is a shortage of cybersecurity experts. Similarly, if I talk about big data, 10 years ago, big data was not a household name. Now there is a shortage of big data experts. Similarly for design, et cetera, et cetera. So the good news is that there will be jobs, new jobs being created. At the same time, what is of concern is that many jobs are going to disappear, once again, up to 70% in the emerging economies. What we don't know is whether the new jobs are going to be enough to compensate for the lost jobs. In this framework, the question that we need to face is, what is the responsibility for higher education? What is the mission of higher education? And what I say is that the mission of higher education is to make people robot-proof in this new world, in this new economy. What does it mean to be robot-proof? It means it will allow them, it should allow them to navigate and ride this enormous change. So our mission in higher education is to make our students, our learners, robot-proof. How are we going to achieve it? First, I believe that every learner, every student, should master what I call humanics. What is humanics? Humanics is the integration of 3 literacies. Every student should learn about tech literacy. What is tech literacy? Tech literacy is the understanding of how computers work and how to interact with machines. The second literacy is what I call the data literacy. Every student, every learner needs to understand the sea of information that is being generated, and every learner has to understand how to navigate this sea of information. And the third literacy is the human literacy. Namely, what is it that we do that computers cannot emulate for the time being, for the next 20, 30 years? And what is this human literacy? This human literacy is what we do, what you do, what we all do on a daily basis. We are creative. Human beings are creative. Human beings are innovative. Human beings are entrepreneurial, are culturally agile, can work with other people, can have empathy, and can understand the world as a whole. So what I'm saying is that every student as a base should have a mastery of the three literacies and an integration of the three literacy. And those literacies, let me repeat them, are the tech literacy, the data literacy, and the human literacy. What we as humans can do that machines do not cannot duplicate. The three literacies I call humanics. So what I'm saying is very simple. It is not enough to master the skills. You have to integrate the other dimensions, the human dimensions, in doing that. Now, when I mention something like that, people ask, how is it possible to integrate the three? Clearly, it is not enough to do it through courses. This is where experiential education comes into play. What is experiential education? Experiential education is the integration of the classroom instruction with the world instruction. What do I mean by that? I mean by that those long-term meaningful internships, sometimes called co-ops, are going to be critical in allowing every learner to understand himself or herself, to understand the environment they live in, the opportunities that they see, the opportunities to be entrepreneurial, to be creative, to be innovative, to work with other people. In higher education, we have created a dichotomy, a separation, an artificial separation between learning to live and learning to earn a living. It is time to go beyond it. And experiential education will allow you to do that because it will allow you to understand what you're good at, what you're not good at, and allow you to understand how to navigate the world and how to work with others. But there is another dimension about experiential education that is important. I said that computers, AI, robots are going to replace many jobs. Well, robots, computers, AI systems do not know how to move from a context to another. Every time you do it, they have to relearn that. We do it naturally. And experiential education is precisely the opportunity for human beings to move from a context to another and to use what is something that is uniquely human for the time being. So what I'm saying is, so far, is that every learner should master humanics, the integration of the three literacies, and a way to achieve it is to integrate the classroom instruction with the world instruction through experiential education. But frankly, when some of us, and here I'm talking to the older generation, went to college or went to the university, we all thought that we will be set for life by having a BA degree or a BS degree or having a master's degree or even a PhD. However, AI, computers, robots are getting more and more sophisticated, and they will displace more jobs. And there will be new jobs being created constantly, which means that lifelong learning is going to be a must for us. Every person should be engaged in lifelong learning, which means that we always have to re-educate ourselves, reskill ourselves, upskill ourselves. How are we going to do it? We don't have time to go back to college or to university and spend a year or two doing that. Lifelong learning is going to force higher education to be much more friendly to the people who are in the workplace, which means that we have to go where the learners are. We have to deliver our curricula, our education in the workplace. We have to do it in a customized way. We have to do it in a personalized way. People who are in the workplace don't have the luxury to spend a full-time studying and re-educating themselves. Now, why am I stressing that? Lifelong learning is a must, and higher education, so far, looked at it as a second-class operation. Some universities dabble with that. At best, for them, it's a money-making operation, but it's not part of the core mission of the university. And higher education risks becoming like the railway industry. When the railway industry saw the onset of the airline revolution, they said, this is not our problem. We are a railway industry. And they missed the airline revolution. They did not define themselves as being in the transportation business. Higher education is facing the same opportunity and the same challenge. Our mission is not to educate students from the age of 18 to 22 and do research and PhD. Our mission is to educate people throughout their lives. And that's the opportunity. In the United States alone, 68% of the learners are lifelong learners, and this is increasing. On the other hand, the 18 to 22 learners are not increasing as fast. As a matter of fact, it is going down because the population is aging. So here we are. Lifelong learning is needed. We have to know how to do it. We have to know how to deliver it. We have to sit down with the employers to understand what their needs are and to devise curricula that are on demand, that are customized, that will meet the needs of the lifelong learners. This is a new beginning for higher education, and frankly, we have to learn to and relearn how to do it. The traditional model of building curricula and say they will come is no longer possible for lifelong learners. So what I'm saying is very simple. It's a new world. Higher education is more relevant than others. If people is up to 70% of the people are going to lose their jobs, the only salvation is to provide people with opportunities to retool and re-educate themselves. And this starts from the beginning. And this is why the project that you are leading to launch a new university is critical, because that's the only way to help scores and scores of people be robot-proof for life. It is exciting, and once again, this is why I consider it to be a privilege to work with you on this great endeavor. So the purpose of higher education is to help people become robot-proof for life. Thank you very much.
President Aoun, let me start by asking an initial question. You've alluded to the fact that we are in an endeavor in this country to establish a new university, which is an unusual opportunity that comes along only rarely. We are also sitting in a country admired throughout the world for its openness, tolerance. What could you say today in Oman is particularly important that they consider in terms of creating a robot-proof future for the gifts that Oman have historically had and will have?
I think that, Dr. Barnes, the opportunity is for the new university to be at the forefront. When you look at, as you said, at this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is not every day that a bold vision of launching a new university is put forward. And the opportunity here is to think in a different way about building the university, especially in the age of artificial intelligence. Therefore, in the context of this great endeavor, the opportunity is to start thinking about a new type of undergraduate education that will allow the undergrads to be robot-proof and to really integrate the three literacies, which means that the undergraduate students will have to integrate different disciplines, the tech disciplines and the human disciplines. The second aspect, I think that you have a vibrant set of employers, companies. Those long-term internships are not there to make them only understand the company, but it will help them understand the world, it will help them understand themselves, and at the same time, it will help them be ready for the world. And I will add this dimension of experiential education. The third dimension that I will add is also move into lifelong learning. Universities have not done that. You will be at the forefront, and the world needs that. You will be a destination. The world needs lifelong learning because we all will have to retool. Obviously, there is another aspect is about research, and I'm not talking about that today, but also what type of research we want to invest in. But I think that's the opportunity. The opportunity is to really be at the forefront of this revolution and make people robot-proof.
Thank you. President Aoun is also a neuroscientist as well as a linguist. And when I was reading his book and very attracted by the concept of experiential learning, I think most of us would not disagree that having an experience for us as a human being is fundamental and profound. What I wanted to ask President Aoun is, we know as humans, as compared to robots, that our experiences can broaden us, but they can also narrow us. And I wonder if you would talk, by which I mean humans are inclined to prejudice. We are inclined to take our own knowledge as very important and other people's knowledge as possibly less important. How do you see the curriculum of the university of the 21st century being able to address that great potential of humans to experience, but also our weakness in getting an opinion and sticking with it?
In some ways, once you move into experiential education, you are rooted in the real world. And the real world is diverse. The real world is messy. The real world is interesting and chaotic. And the real world is going to force you, as a learner, to confront different approaches, different points of view. What works in a classroom is not going to work in an energy company, necessarily. And therefore, your opportunity is to integrate the two approaches. Your internship in these companies, in these NGOs, in these government agencies, and your opportunity to study. You know, suppose that you are in a chemical company, for instance, and you just studied catalysis. You know, when you come back and you integrate what you have done, your appreciation of catalysis is very different. Your appreciation of human beings is very different because you learn to work with people who are very different from you.
Yeah.
People who can be faster than you in some dimensions and can be slower than you in other dimensions. But also you learn to work in a team setting.
Yes.
So this individual approach is going to be superseded and enhanced at the same time by this experiential education. So the point that I'm making is that it's not enough to have courses, it's not enough to have co-ops or long-term internships or any internships type, it's how to integrate the two in a classroom setting and in the real world setting.
Yes. For many of us in the room, whether we hold a leadership position or are trying to adjust to being a new student at a university, one of the most difficult aspects of life is having potential conflict with each other. You talk very well about the importance of teamwork. Are we, when I was in Cambridge, somebody once said to me, the only point of being the leader is you get much more interesting personnel problems. But are we thinking of this wrong in an age of robots? Should we now be seeing our ability to address the human interaction as one of our great strengths going forward? That we should not see our job really as a chemist, but we have all this difficult sort of people management work. But from early on, we should realize that the ability to engage with each other is as important as what we are learning in our discipline.
Absolutely. I mean, what we do on a daily basis, we just learned today that Steve Hawking just passed away, the great physicist, just passed away. And, you know, we have in the room, we have people who are engineers, chemists, biochemists, political scientists, economists, etc. And every time you know, leaders of organizations, you know, ministers, and every time you look at people who are leading, the question is, why are they leading? Why are you leading? You're not leading because you're a great chemist or a great physicist or a great political scientist or an economist, etc. You are leading because you understand people, you have a vision for the future, you put a strategy in place, and you excite people to work on it. That's human. Those are the human values. What I'm saying is that if we compete with machines on their own turf, we lose. But if they compete with us on our turf, they lose. If they compete with us on our turf, they lose. And what is our turf? It's precisely the human creativity, entrepreneurship, the ability to be empathetic, to work with others, the ability to be culturally agile, the ability to be global, the ability to see a crisis and then see, no, this is an opportunity for me. for us, for society as a whole. So that's what ultimately we will be doing, is integrating our disciplinary knowledge with our human knowledge.
President Aoun has said that he'd be very delighted to take questions from the floor, and I think we have people with microphones who will get to you. I'm scanning the hall to see if that's accurate. We have
I know.
We have a question right away.
And we have a question from somebody we know and respect.
We know and greatly respect. Thank you for starting the questions. Please, if you wouldn't mind saying who you are and asking your question. Whoopsie.
Yes, I am Ali Talib Al-Hina, Undersecretary of Planning Affairs, Ministry of Health.
We can't hear you well. Could you get the microphone closer to you?
Yes, I am Ali Talib Al-Hina, Undersecretary for Planning Affairs in Ministry of Health. First of all, thank you very much for your excellent presentation, really. My question is really regarding medicine and health. 50% of the cure of the patient depends on the confidence and trust built between the patient and the doctor, with all emotions, feelings, empathy, and all this kind of thing. How is it going to be in the era of robots, artificial intelligence? Are we going to lose this?
Actually, you provided the answer yourself yesterday when you said in medicine, you have to touch the patient. You have to feel the patient. You have to talk to the patient. And what were you saying? You were saying that the human interaction is going to be key. You know, now machines are going to help you do the diagnostic. Machines are helping you also perform surgery. But ultimately, it is you as the MD who is at the center, who will direct the machines and interface with the patient. And that's another example where humanics is going to be key. And that's the beauty of what you said yesterday. You were very eloquent about it. And in the age of AI and robots taking over, you are reaffirming the centrality of the human factor.
Yes. Her Excellency.
Rawi Al-Busaidi, Minister of Higher Education, Chair of Sultan Qaboos University Council. Higher education is always accused, I would say, of producing graduates in disciplines that have no relevance to the job market. And you know, Oman has a very youthful population, and finding a job is very important for our graduates. You talk about jobs of the future. When do you think can a country like Oman start producing graduates with the new disciplines when the job market is not keeping pace with the rapid industrialization of industries, of businesses, of introducing artificial intelligence in the workplace? What we're afraid of, you know, we have scholarship programs that the government provides. What we're afraid of is delivering these new disciplines, producing these graduates, and those jobs are not there. And yet, the present jobs cannot absorb the 22,000 or so graduates from higher education. When do we start? How can we know that the new jobs are ready, they are there, and we should be producing young people to fill those jobs?
I think this is where it's a great and an important and profound question, and I don't pretend I have the answer, especially in the context of Oman. However, I can tell you, we are facing situations And I think it's universal, where, for instance, every company, every organization, every government agency has certain needs that are not met today in, for instance, cybersecurity, in big data and data analytics, etc. At the same time, you know, what has happened, and I'll give you an example, we have to be careful, once again, in not preparing students only for something that may itself disappear. And this is why it is important to integrate the three literacies. Let me give you a very concrete example. In the United States, there, you know, coding was needed. There is a shortage of coding. Everybody needed coders. So what we saw is that various for-profit organizations started coding academies for 8 weeks or 8 months or whatever it is. And at the end, they told the students, you know, go after 8 months or 8 weeks or whatever it is, we are going to provide you with a job. We are going to guarantee that you have a job. And those jobs were very well-paying jobs, $80,000. So everybody rushed into that. Then the employers started realizing that the people who are coming only with a coding certificate by itself were able to do some basic work, but were not able to think about what they're doing, about the products, and they stopped recruiting them, even though that there is enormous need for coders and software people. So this is why we have to be careful in not only training and educating students for what is needed immediately, but make them also think about what they are doing. And this is where universities have an edge, because you asked a fundamental question. The jobs of today are disappearing. We are seeing the emergence of new jobs. We have to move into those new jobs. But at the same time, there will be other jobs being created. I don't know, but we have, for instance, here captains of the industry. Let them be at the table. Let them tell you how many graduates they can take already. They have a responsibility too. And they have been they need the talent. I was talking yesterday with a group of 4 captains of the industry here in Oman. And they told me talent for them is essential. They are looking for the talent. The question that I cannot answer is how many do they need. But your point is that, can we afford not to move into the new fields? No. The answer is simply no. Can we afford to educate people in fields that are going to be obsolete? And the answer is, doesn't make sense to do it this way. So in every transition, and we live in, this is not incidentally, this question is repeated throughout the world. Therefore, the opportunity in a transition is to be very agile as an organization. Look at the future, educate people for this future, but at the same time, be aware that you are not educating people who are going to be automatons, but people who are going to be able to move into lifelong learning, too. And lifelong learning is going to be essential. I am obsolete. And I have to relearn and learn constantly. No one gave me a guarantee. Your degree is no longer a guarantee. Your degree is a first step in this journey. So it's not a full answer, and this question is repeated throughout the world.
We have time for two more questions, and I hope we'll have one from a student, and somebody else has caught my eye in the middle. If we went first to the students, I see a hand over here.
We have a hand over there, a hand over here,
Yes,
and His
then
Excellency.
His Excellency, I think for the
Two
last
excellencies.
question,
Can we cheat and have the two students ask questions, and when we'll combine that into one answer?
that would be brilliant. Two students, there is one here on the edge. Keep your hand up, and the microphone, I hope, will get to you. Well done. There you go. Oh. Right here on the edge. Straight ahead on the edge. Yes?
And can you
Lovely.
tell us what you study?
I'm not a student.
You're not a student. You're a lifelong
saying.
learner.
Taking a place of a student, yes.
You're a lifelong learner.
Yes, I am
So what do you
still
do?
alive here. I'm Mariam Nabhani from the Research Council. I'm the Director of Education and Human Resource Sector. Thank you, Professor, for the informative and interesting presentation. In Oman, we are facing the skill gap. We have a gap between the skills of the higher education graduates and the skills required from the labor market. In your point of view, how can we bridge this gap considering the AI?
It's very similar to also the question that Her Excellency raised. This is why I think, you know, traditionally, higher education has been divorced from the workplace. And what I would do is I will invite, and I am, you know, the employers to be at the table, to work with you constantly on the people, on the skills needed, on the domains that you need to also focus on, etc. And, you know, I belong to a council in the United States called the Business Higher Education Forum that brings CEOs of large companies and presidents of universities. And what's the purpose? The purpose is to survey what is needed, where the world is going, and see how we can put programs together. So, you know, that's an opportunity. And we learn a lot, both the employers and the university presidents learn what is needed. We survey constantly, you know, what is needed in the workplace and how to meet those needs. And so that I would encourage, you know, this formula. And, you know, as a matter of fact, the International Advisory Council has also captains of the industry. And they, again, this interaction has to be very beneficial from the get-go in order to allow us to think about going back to Your Excellency's question about the jobs of the future. Because what happens, it's always the case, the future is with us. When I talk about the future, how do I know about predicting the future? Because the future has already started. Mm-hmm. And this is where people who have the pulse have to be with us at the table, educators. Yes, a young man wanted to raise a question, so I'm sorry.
And then we're at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Musa Lawati. I'm a chemical and process engineering student at Sultan Qaboos University. So I have a very, I think it's a critical question. You know, people are resilient to change. And as we know, students are so. We see students who graduate from high schools, who enter the university with, very minimal understanding of the digital, aspects of a computer and whatever things. Then how are we going to educate or prepare those students for the change which is going to happen at the universities on the next level? I think it's a very critical question, because as we graduate as students from Sultan Qaboos University, also we're going to seek for jobs. And as we seek for jobs, jobs are changing with the future. I'm a student now. In the 2 next years, I don't know what's happening in the market. So I need to be prepared to develop myself for that time where I'm going to seek for a job. How do you think that's going to be?
Because the campus is not going to be enough. While you're studying chemical engineering, you have an opportunity to go and do your internships, long-term internships, meaningful internships, that will allow you to understand what the world needs and what kind of competence the world needs. You know, the university, staying 3 years or 4 years or 5 years in the university is not going to be enough to prepare you for the world. The world is too interesting to ignore. And that's the beauty of experiential education. Because it will allow you to understand when you go do these internships what the employers are looking for. It will allow you to understand also the gap, the opportunities. You may say, I don't want to go work for a company. I may want to start my own company because I see an opportunity, I see a gap. That's why I'm saying the world is too interesting to ignore, and to prepare yourself for the world, do not ignore it. Go for this experiential education. You have the two excellencies.
And then, yes. Is there another one?
Thank you very much for this very good highlighting. Hilal Hinai, Secretary General of the Research Council of Oman. Thank you very much for highlighting the importance of experiential learning. And obviously, you are more emphasizing it at the higher education level, where I think probably the attention needs to come much earlier at the general education level. Unfortunately, our schools and modern education system somehow emphasized the robotic production, producing robots to work for industry, and maybe robots that also obey the instructions of governments and work obediently. Whereas experiential learning is more, as you have highlighted it, the interaction with humans and society. Shouldn't we be paying more attention to the general education system?
By general, you mean the K through 12?
Yes.
Yes.
So that at least we develop the skills of experiential learning from there. And from your recommendation, if you have thought about that, how do we start with changing that system?
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how to change the system, but I can tell you what we have done. In my own institution, we invited last year 70 heads of systems, of school systems, from the United States and Canada, because there was a demand for them, I'm talking about the K through 12, to engage in experiential education. So we had workshops with them and for them, and we created a network. And this year, we're going to expand it even more. The idea being that the university, your question is important, and universities, if they have the expertise and the knowledge, we have to bring the K through 12 to us, and we have to go to them in order to engage, for instance, in experiential education. You know, because ultimately, our responsibility is education. If the pipeline, as you said, Your Excellency, is not ready, we have to help the pipeline be ready. Our responsibility as educators is K to gray. And I'm talking about gray, knowing what it is.
Will you please join me in thanking Professor Aoun? I'm so grateful for the questions from the audience, and apologies not to get to all of you, but it's a full and very starry program that you still have, and we want to be able to keep to some time. So if you'll forgive me, I wonder if you would all join me in thanking Professor Aoun for an amazing start.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Thank you.
Great pleasure.
Thank you.
next speaker, am I on or off? There we go. I might just hold on to this. It seems to have a mind of its own this morning. There we go. Our next speaker is Dr. Fatih Maki. He is a member of the Council for Behavior Scientists for the World Economic Forum. And his major interest that he has recently specifically brought to Middle East policy is what has now been called nudge economics, and he is head of a nudge unit. And I just love the sound of the word nudge because it's the first word that has made economics to me sound friendly and approachable. And so I hope that we are going to hear now how, in addition to what Professor Aoun was telling us, we will go more deeply into how we behave as humans, the implications for higher education and for economic development. Would you please welcome Dr. Fatih Maki? Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be with you today. The purpose of today's presentation is threefold. First, to provide a brief overview of the concept of nudge and behavioral economics, tools and methodology. Second, I will introduce that concept and its application in education. And finally, I will conclude with thoughts on the next big thing for behavioral insights in education and other policies and what we should be concerned with. Let me ask a few questions at the beginning. Who made New Year resolutions a few months ago, 3 months ago, and said this time it's going to be different and kept it? Who took a decision to start eating healthy and maybe quit smoking and maintained it? How many of you took a decision to go to the gym 3 times a week for a certain period and still kept it? How many times we say things that we don't manage to complete despite our best intentions? There's something called the intention-action gap, which we're all aware of. In some cases, in certain health-related cases, intentions predict only 28% of our actions. The rest fall through. Exercising more, sticking to a diet, recycling our waste, saving more for retirement, spending less time on social media, cleaning up the closet, being more punctual, reading more books, all of these great intentions, we don't follow through. Part of the answer relates to what we know already. We are human beings. We have biases. We use shortcuts. We use heuristics that affect our decision and ability to do the right thing and to act actually in our own interest and that of our society. So biases such as we have a present bias. We overvalue immediate rewards, even though if we wait a little bit longer, it would be much more productive and lucrative. We have loss aversion. We always tend to look for information that confirms our existing beliefs and biases, confirmation bias. We're overconfident about our abilities or what we can achieve. We have a status quo bias. We procrastinate. We like things as is. So let me introduce a concept that was put forward by Danny Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize in economics, even though he was a psychologist back in 2002. He brings the concept of a dual system theory. He says that we have a system one, which is automatic, intuitive, and fast. We use for habitual decisions on a daily basis. The problem with this one is that it is prone to error. The second one, we have a system two that is much more deliberate, conscious, slow, but it's a lazy controller. So what happens is that for decades, classical economics, actually those who study economics, are taught that people are rational, have infinite rationality. They are deliberate thinkers. Actually, they are users of system two, and that we are rational, we are econs. So we're given a set of facts. We make the best decision most of the time. So most policies that we see around us, regulations, rules, are designed with us being system two in mind, us being rational, econs. So the moment we start questioning this, what we end up getting is something very interesting. So we question the fundamentals of classical economics. So behavioral economics is that field that applies psychological insights into human behavior to better explain decisions. And as such, it does reject the overly simplistic assumption of classical economics about human behavior, and actually proposes a very simple but much more realistic assumption about how people actually behave. So BE, behavioral economics, does take into consideration the fact that we are imperfect. We are not all the time rational. The golden standard for behavioral economics is experimentation, what we call randomized controlled trials, which many of you in the clinical fields and medical fields know. So basically, before we bring in new medicine, what we do is test it, run experiments, sometimes for a few years. So for policies that affect thousands and millions, we rely instead on intuition and don't do something remotely similar. So this is exactly what we've been doing for years. So if we are in decision-making powers organization and tend to want to change people's behavior, what we immediately think of is the two classical policy tools. The first one is the command and control. If you don't do this, I will punish you. I will enforce rules stringently. And the second one is what I like to call pouring money at the problem, going financial rewards. So every time somebody does what we're supposed to do, Habibi Aini, we're going to reward you financially. The first one does not always work. The second one is not sustainable. Nudging and the use of behavioral insights is that third policy tool that I hasten to add is a complementary tool that supports the command and control or the financial reward. And in extreme cases, it's a perfect alternative. So what's a nudge? It's choice architecture type of intervention that steer gently people in the right direction, give them that nudge to get them to do the right thing while being cost effective and while preserving choice. So they counter some of the biases that we have. Nudging is not new. We are nudged all the time. So there are so many cases in history. David Halpern, the founder of the Behavioral Insights team in the UK, talks about one of the early nudges by Friedrich the Great of Prussia, getting people to use potatoes and plant it in their fields as one of the successful nudges Another one is those simple lines that you see to get people to drive on the right side, at the early 19th century. At least also some aspects of nudging and behavioral insights has been used already by private sector. A lot of people would look at me and say, but we've been using this in media, in marketing, to predict consumer behavior, but probably they never did it in such a rigorous setting using randomized controlled trials. So the rise of nudges is basically due to, if you want, three main reasons. One, sometimes state limitations. It's a limited enforcement power. I can talk about a few cases from Lebanon where anti-smoking campaign is not working, where some of the traffic laws are not working. So that is perfect kind of setting to introduce nudges to support enforcement. Or it could be to kind of do austerity measures because it can do cost savings. The second reason why nudging has been on the rise is because of the tremendous writings of behavioral economists and scientists on the topic. People like Thaler, Sunstein, Kahneman, and the fact that Thaler won the Nobel Prize 4 months ago in 2017 for his contribution to behavioral economics and for coining the concept of nudge is very symbolic. And the third reason why this has been happening is the rise of what we call nudge units. So you've heard about the concept of nudge units. It gained popularity when, first of all, David Cameron back in 2010 set up the first nudge unit in the world, the Behavioral Insights Team, to work on policy experiments and improve public service delivery. They worked on beautiful things, getting people to pay on time, increase organ donation, improving so many of the social purpose objectives. President Obama set up his own nudge unit at the White House, the Social and Behavioral Sciences Team. Several governments set up their own units, and we now count around 60 around government. Now, in academia, we stopped counting at about 150. So every university nowadays is setting up its own behavioral insights unit, team, task force, departments, whatever. So it's happening by every university. And that's growing also along with the teaching of behavioral sciences, psychology, anthropology, social psychology, sociology, and so on. In the Middle East, Qatar set up the first nudge unit in the Arab world, in the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy that is overseeing the World Cup. Since then, also, I had the honor to found Nudge Lebanon, which is a foundation working in that area. Kuwait has just launched its nudge unit at the Supreme Council for Planning. It's going to be called Kuwait Policy Appraisal Lab. And the Saudis are setting up their own unit. So we looked at a long list of nudge units, done benchmarking. I'm going to share with you some of the lessons learned. So a couple of the lessons learned. First of all, there are nowadays so many types of nudge unit. I can talk about 4 of them. You either have governmental nudge units or semi-governmental nudge units. You can have foundation NGOs. You have academic behavioral insights initiative. And nowadays you have social purpose companies that are involved in this. There are different ways of kind of setting up, approaching the setup. You can either set up your unit and start working on experiments, but that raises a lot of pressure, or you can do the other way around. You can start working in the background on experiment and then switch on the nudge unit on the back of a few successes. Positioning of the nudge unit also varies. Although we started seeing initially most of them being set up at senior level, presidents, prime minister, diwan, councils. Nowadays, we see a more decentralized approach. So we see them in ministries. The UK is a great example where almost every ministry and department has its own behavioral insights team. Singapore is another such example. Even for countries that have not set up their nudge unit, it's common to have behavioral insights interventions or randomized control treatments to test what work even outside nudge unit in collaboration with academia. Scope does vary. So, of course, if it's in a ministry, it's much more focused, labor, finance, and so on. Or if it's at the senior level, then it's broader in scope. Nowadays, a good way of starting kind of collaboration around behavioral insights is set up what we call community of practice, which is a platform, a network between governmental officers, academia, NGOs, experts in behavioral science, those that are interested to start talking about this and share lessons learned from it. Another lessons learned is the collaboration, the must-have, the must-have of universities in the value chain of behavioral intervention. And just want to bring in two things that we've done recently, part of what President Aoun just mentioned, this experiential learning. So we've introduced a behavioral economics and nudge and public policy course in two universities. One is Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, where students became halfway through the course in the semester part of running their own experiments on real-life challenges, reducing food waste, getting people to eat healthy in cafeteria, reducing plastic cutlery. Actually, one of those experiments we ran on plastic cutlery was chosen to be one of the top 100 smart experiments because it did reduce plastic cutlery in delivery by 80%, simply by teaching the call centers to ask with the delivery of food, do you want plastic cutlery? That was the nudge at the right time. And AUB, we're in the process of teaching this course also for econ students. Also, students will be part of this experiential learning on behavioral economics policy challenge, engaging with stakeholders. All in all, nudging and behavioral insights is very appealing. It's cost effective, it's less intrusive, it's actually using whatever we know about human behavior, and it's very impactful. It does add a human touch also, and more importantly, it does end the naive assumption about rationality of people. It's less ambitious. We say sometimes it does not solve the entire problem, but it makes measurable improvements, which we can build on. At the same time, so it's not a panacea, it does target system one, the habitual things, not system two. It might require maintenance and constant maintenance, especially if people grow immune to nudging. And more importantly, and I speak to that at the end, it requires caution against misuse. So it has been applied in a variety of public policy areas, from environment to health, to public finance management, to financial inclusion, social inclusion, compliance and rule of law, traffic, labor, and education. And this is what I'm going to spend some time today talking about. So for this, I'm going to introduce a couple of frameworks that you can come across. There is the MindSpace framework that was developed by the Behavioral Insights team and other academics. They also introduced the EAST framework. If you want to get people to change their behavior, make it easy, make it attractive, make it social, and make it timely. We've introduced something similar in Nudge Lebanon QBIU, which is shape difference. Every one of those letters stand for a type of behavioral intervention. Default, for instance, is one of those powerful behavioral interventions that can counter the bias of procrastination, of status quo bias. We delay decision, we postpone decision. I always like to bring the example of organ donations. And just to let you know, the difference between countries that are in the high 90s in terms of organ donations and those that are in the single digit The difference is a nudge, and that nudge is the default rule. In the first one, people are defaulted into that scheme, but can opt out, but people don't easily opt out. Don't do it, they procrastinate. The other one is you're asked to enroll, opt in. So, in the context of education, we can apply basically, we can apply behavioral insights at 3 stages of the education value chain. In K-12, in schools, in university, and in preparing for post-university challenges. And there are so many experiments around this. And at the same time, we use something called mobilize, engage, and follow through, a MEF framework, which is a framework to introduce the behavioral intervention before, during, and after. So it could be to enhance access to education and the job market, improve performance, and increase chances of following up and sustainability. And I'm going to talk about starting with schools. So basically, behavioral science tools can be used to improve education objective and can complement the classical policy objectives of education, which are essentially around enrolling students, increasing the enrollment, reducing dropout rate, improving attainment of students, developing their interest in extracurricular activities, encouraging healthy choices, and improving teacher performance. And I'm going to give you a few examples about the power of small nudges, such as in the case of parental engagement and feedback, where it has been proven to work to improve attendance and improve attainment. So this is one example in the US, where simply sending text messages to parents about their children's missed assignments, grades, and absence increased class attendance by 17% and decreased course failure by 39% compared to a control group. So nowadays, texting and engaging parents is very common to kind of support the classical policy objective. Another one, very similar, also sending students and parents also text messages, making daily calls about personalized feedback to encourage them to improve. That had an impact also on participation rate and on reducing disturbance of the student in the class. Feedback also was very interesting in a study that was published recently by the Behavioral Insights team. Students were asked to nominate 2 study supporters who were then given information about the course of the students and what they're doing. And that basically, because it facilitated even questions supporters can give to the learners, it increased chances of success of those GCSE students by 27% compared to the control. It can also work on improving inclusion, social inclusion, by reducing what we call the racial achievement gap. So in one context, basically, a group of researchers reduced the racial achievement gap by about 40% between African Americans and European Americans in a grade 7 school, simply by asking them prompting them to think about the most important values compared to the control group who were asked about the worst values they can think about. And so on, increasing high school students' completion rates in the practice SAT by 67%, simply by giving the students a 30-minute written mental contrasting exercise with implementation intentions. Showing students an introductory video, in that case, from alumni friends, increased their interest in extracurricular activities. In that case, it was the National Citizen Service. So the messenger is a very important and powerful tool. Behaviorally informed insights can also work on framing the bonus and the incentive. And I'm going to bring in one very interesting experiment. We all know that, if you're a teacher, you're given a bonus depending on sometimes performance. So in that case, there was one experiment where the control group got the normal bonus, that is incentive at the end of the year if their students achieve certain metrics, standardized testing. And the experiment group was given a behaviorally informed incentive, which is they were given the sum of money, the bonus, but they were said it would be withdrawn if the students did not achieve that target. So those that had their bonus given upfront had their students perform better because of loss aversion, because of the endowment effect that we have. There are so many cases of applying behavioral insights to get people to eat healthy. So that's also very common in cafeteria. If you want to make people change a certain behavior, make it easy. It doesn't guarantee 100% compliance, but it does inch that compliance closer. So cafeteria, putting healthy food at eyesight level, making it easy, having cut fruits, things like this do work in context. At the university setting, there has been also a lot of potential application, in particular in the context of increasing access to education, increasing access to financial aid. And I'm going to give a couple of examples that are very interesting. One of them was done by the social and behavioral sciences team in the US. And here, basically, it was an attempt to get more students to apply to complete their FAFSA application form. It's a financial aid form to disadvantaged students. And the treatment group that were most successful were ones receiving a letter from the messenger. The messenger in that case was former First Lady Michelle Obama, sharing about her experience, and another group also getting the FAFSA paper together with the letter, making it easy to apply. So those increased application and completion rate by 3%, and that's significant. Another example of encouraging students to apply to Russell Group University by 17% and getting acceptance by 34% simply by sending letters to home and to their prospective schools from two current students who share similar backgrounds. So the effect of messenger is also a very powerful example. In the context of post-university, getting people to access the job market, getting people to perform when they're in the job, getting people to improve their capacity building, that's also something that was tested in a variety of experiments. So it was proven that sending text messages to trigger the feeling of guilt by a job advisor specifically booked an appointment to some people, increased their attendance by 155%. In another case, simplifying the process of applying to jobs and basically asking the job seekers to make a commitment in front of the job advisor did increase the kind of staying off unemployment benefits. So these implementation intentions we've seen in so many different contexts do work. I'll mention one more example, which is something we've done in Qatar, and that's an amazing experiment that can be replicated, which uses what we call retrieval practice. So it was a group of entrepreneurs who were randomly assigned to 2 sessions, workshops on behavioral science, where they were given the behavioral science workshop, both of them. The only difference in the treatment group is that the content was given with what we call retrieval practice. So every 15 minutes throughout the 3-hour exposure to behavioral science, they would stop we would stop and ask a question on the key competencies they learned in the last 15 minutes. So you would have the question on the screen for a few seconds. They would look at the multiple choice in front of them for a few seconds. They would choose. They would then see the correct answer, and then they would correct it if wrong or so. And those who got the retrieval practice scored at the end over an assessment 86% higher than students who did not get the retrieval practice, and that's statistically significant. So a very powerful way to use at schools, at universities, in entrepreneurship training as well. Let me conclude with a few remarks. So more behavioral interventions are used to inform public policy using experimentation, testing, learn, and adapt, ideally using randomized controlled trials. So with this, I would say context matter. Of course, we have to look at what has worked elsewhere, but what has worked in Guatemala and the US and the UK might not necessarily work. That's why we experiment. So context matter is a golden standard. Second thing, there are great opportunities for using BIs in the private sector. So it does have a wide range of application, not only through advanced marketing, but also through scientific and rigorous testing at organizational level. Overall, it can be used also to improve performance and promote new culture of experimentation at management level. It can be also important in capacity building. It can help increase diversity, increase the recruitment of the merit of women. It can also nowadays create more jobs. You've seen a lot of this new type of jobs called chief behavioral officer in a lot of jobs. We will see more of that. And these are people who studied psychology, who studied sociology, who studied anthropology, fields that probably we never thought would be very hands-on. But nowadays, behavioral sciences are going to be the fields to watch for in the future. A third thing, combining behavioral insights and data analytics. This is quite significant. So reviewing data from a behavioral lens, injecting behavioral insights to predict behavior with the wearables, the new technology, with the apps in education, that has endless opportunities. The last thing I would say, ethics of nudge. With more attention to behavioral economics, to nudge, I would caution against manipulation. So this is the next big thing. In governments, in foundations, NGOs, in private sector, we don't have what academia has, which is the IRB, the Institutional Review Board for Research, for ethical review. Something like this needs to happen at the level of governments, at the level of NGOs, at the level of private sector, to make sure there's transparency, there's publication of what works and what does not work, to be very clear about it, to nudge for good, as Richard Thaler says. Thank you very much. Do you want to stay for questions? So I'm happy to take questions from the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Very interesting presentation. Osama Al-Harthi from PDO.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, Osama Al-Harthi from PDO. Well, with your effort, we have seen that you guys set up different institutions in Qatar and Kuwait. To what extent countries like Oman, who share similar culture, language, norms, can benefit from these policies and adopt them right away? Or is it because sometimes the socioeconomic factors will have to be taken into consideration? That's one question. The second one is related to corporate policies. So these methodologies and concepts can be applied in corporate world. And what if the company is a multinational? In the case of PDO, we have more than 60 nationalities. And there exists a gap between the national culture and the norms of the locals and the values of our colleagues from different background and different cultures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the first question, of course, we, in our part, on this part of the world, many of our challenges, many of our policy challenges have behavioral roots, so cannot be addressed solely through command and control, all by pouring money at the problem. So using behavioral intervention to address those can only be kind of beneficial, but context does matter. So even what worked in Qatar or in Lebanon might not necessarily work. Actually, one more reason why you would experiment. But at least you start from, not from zero, not from scratch. You'll know what has worked, what has not worked. You study the biases at stake. We do what we call a behavioral map for any policy challenge. We deconstruct it, look at its value chain, look at what kind of are the biases at stake, what are the behavioral bottlenecks, and try to make kind of experiments to make improvements, measurable improvements. So context does matter, and that's basically why we experiment, but we learn, because a lot of the policy ideas come from several iterations. We sit with policymakers, we tell them, we know what are the key priorities they have. We tell them what has worked in different contexts. They tell us about their imperative priorities. We tell them how this can be done. In a couple of iterations, normally you can come up with an agenda for beautiful experiments that can make improvements. And you do it with academia, and examples of classes I mentioned are beautiful partnerships between academia, government, and nudge units and citizens, just to work on what works. In private sector, it's the same. The only thing that I would caution, in the private sector, you wonder if it's only kind of for social good. It's okay for private sector to apply behavioral insights to increase sales, provided it is transparent, it's not manipulative, and it has a social purpose. We don't get involved with private sector unless there's a social purpose involved in it. There's a question here.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
شكرا دكتور على العرض الجميل هذا، فعلا أعادنا إلى ذكريات يعني دراسية، خاصة فيما يسمى الاتجاه السلوكي في التعليم. أنا أولا محمد بوسعيدي من ديوان البلاط السلطاني. طبعا طلابنا في الآونة الأخيرة أو في السنوات الأخيرة للأسف الشديد يعني يواجهوا نوعا من الإحباط بعد نتائج الفصل الأول، وكذلك نتيجة لما هو متداول عن قلة فرص التوظيف، وأيضا قلة فرص دخول الجامعة لمن لا يحصل على معدل دخول الجامعة. فبالتالي تجدهم يعني يصابوا بنوع من الإحباط، وبالتالي يصابوا بنوع من التخاذل في الجد في الدراسة والتحصيل الدراسي، والمحصلة النهائية للأسف الشديد نجد الكثير من الرسوب أو تدني المعدلات في النتيجة النهائية لهؤلاء الطلاب. وبما أن لدينا اليوم حضور جيد من الطلبة وأيضا حضور جيد من المعلمين، ونود أن توجه نصيحة في هذا الشأن. شكرا لك.
شكرا. راح بحكي بالعربي. نصيحتي بالبداية إنه التجارب العشوائية لاعتماد تحسينات بالأهداف الدراسية مطلوب. في كتير تجارب تم تجربتها بكتير حقول دراسية لها علاقة بمشاركة الآخرين بتجربتهم، حتى الفشل، لأنه من الفشل ممكن الواحد يتعلم شو الأشياء اللي ممكن يحسنها. ممكن يكون في تيبس، ممكن يكون في تشيك ليست، أشياء اللي ممكن يتحسنها. ممكن يكون في implementation intention، تصغير أو تحديد للأهداف اللي ممكن الواحد يعملها لحتى تساعد. بس ما في باناسيا، ما في حل شامل. what you need to do هو جرب وتتابع وتدرس وتحلل، تشوف أثر التجربة اللي عم تعملها على الطلاب. هل زاد معدلاتهم؟ هل تأثروا بالماسنجر؟ ممكن تجيب طلاب من اللي مرقوا بتجربة مماثلة، ناس يلي فشلوا بالبداية ورجعوا نجحوا. شو هي الأشياء اللي عملوها؟ تيب شيتس، الأشياء ستيب باي ستيب يلي ممكن تساعد بهالمجال. بس غير هيك context matters، ويجب النظر أكثر إلى الحالات للنظر بإمكانية تجربة ما يمكن أنه يجدي. Okay, if there are no more questions, there's something. Okay.
Yes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام.
شكرا دكتور على هذا العرض الطيب. فارس محمد العوفي من اللجنة الوطنية للشباب. في البداية حاب أقول نقطة معينة. كان لي تجربة سابقة في مجال تدريس الطلاب في وزارة التربية. عندي سؤال مكون من شقين دكتور. الشق الأول، هناك فعلا كانت محاولات لإيجاد بعض طرق وطرائق التحفيز وأدوات التحفيز للطلاب، لكن سؤالي في هذا الشق كيف يمكن أن نوائم، لأن عندنا إحنا في مجال التدريس هنا في السلطنة كمية منهج معرفي يتطلب يعني صراع مع هذا الكم المعرفي، وبالتالي لا يتيح لك أنك تطبق بعض التجارب. فعلا التجربة هي خير برهان، أنك تجرب وتطبق وتحاول، لكن مع وجود المنهج المعرفي ما زال لدينا تشبث بشكل كبير جدا بالمنهج المعرفي، في حين يعني هناك قصور بشكل ملحوظ في عملية التجربة. هذا الشق الأول. فكيف نوائم ما بين المعرفة، الشق المعرفي، والشق التجريبي هذا في ابتكار أدوات ووسائل مختلفة للتحفيز؟ الشق الثاني أيضا في مجال البيئة التعليمية نفسها. كيف إذا كانت القيادات التي تقود تلك المؤسسات لا تعي ولا تؤمن بتلك التجارب وبتلك الأدوات، كيف يمكن تطبيق تلك الأدوات في حين يعني القيادات أنفسها في تلك البيئات لا تؤمن بتلك التجارب؟ فكيف يمكن أيضا أن نتخطى هذا الحاجز وهذا التحدي في إضافة يعني فعلا تجربة إثرائية تعمل على استخدام أدوات التحفيز لصنع شخصية قيادية، شخصية قادرة على الابتكار، قادرة على يعني اكتشاف أدوات والولوج في هذا العالم المعرفي المتقدم؟ وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. بالنسبة للسؤال الأول للموائمة، التجربة مع المعلومات والمعرفة أساسي. اللي مجدي هو مش اللي أنا وإنت والغير يعتقد إنه مجدي، بل ما تم تجربته. مع الأدفانت، مع زيادة المعلومات through wearables through artificial intelligence، كمية المعلومات هائلة وممكن تساعدنا لحتى نعمل تجارب أكثر على interventions معينة. ممكن نفكر إنه منا فعالة، بس يجب أن نجربها لأنه الكونتكست يلي يمكن بعمان يحتاج إلى هيدي التجارب. بس بكل الحالات وقت يكون عندك داتا كبير، وقت يكون عندك داتا فلو، بيج داتا من المعلومات، في عندك اللكجري انك تجرب باكثر من جروب. فيك تعمل راندومايز كنترول ترايل ويكون فيها الكنترول اللي هو اللي بياخذ البزنس از يوجوال تريتمنت، وتجرب اكثر. مش ضروري بس تعمل تجربه مع تو انترفنشن، فيك تجرب اكثر من انترفنشنز، وكل وحده بتحط فيها تجربه معينه، تحفيز، نوع من التحفيز to test really what works. فمع قدوم الثورة الرقمية والمعرفة والكمية الهائلة من المعلومات، هيدي أنا بشوفها فرصة كبيرة للتجارب بالحقل التعليمي، ولحتى المساعدة على الكستمايزيشن، لأنه رح تعطينا كمية هائلة من المعلومات عن الشخص، عن التلاميذ، عن كيفية تصرفهم. ولكن هيدي طبعاً بدنا ننتبه لها، لأنه الإثكس والمانيبيوليشن هي دائماً أفكار لازم نشدد عليها، ولازم نكون ضمن هالتجارب نوع من الإثيكال ريفيو لنتأكد إنه ما في أي ضرر وأي ريسك على التلاميذ اللي بنعمله. بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني، أنا مني بصدد يعني جيب على الوضع بالنسبة للتعليم بعمان، بس ما بعرف أكثر من هيك عن الوضع بعمان وكيفية تحفيز القيادات لأنه تتجاوب مع هالموضوع الاكسبيرمنتيشن. بس بعرف إنه في اهتمام بعمان، وصار في أحاديث مع الكثير عن تطبيقات الاقتصاد السلوكي والنudge بمجال السياسات العامة بالاستراتيجية الوطنية وبعدة استراتيجيات. فبعرف إنه في اهتمام كبير بهالمجال. Okay, thank you very much. I am asked to tell you that there will be a short break now, after which we have Dr. Nizar Farju talking about trending new discipline, fields, opportunities in science, technology, and medicine. We have 15 to 20-minute break. Thank you very much again.
stage for the presentation about trending new discipline, fields opportunities in science, technology, and medicine. Dr. Ferjo is an Associate President, MINACA, Director of MENA Region Engagement Office of the Vice Chancellor and President of Monash University.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here in Oman, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Higher Education for inviting us to attend this symposium. I want to start with what's happening at the MENA region. A lot is happening at the MENA region. The MENA is in transition to innovation. Over the last couple of years, the headlines have changed, and new topics are coming up, including sustainable and renewable energy, big data, innovation, entrepreneurship, education, and health reforms. The region is moving into the knowledge-based economy, and the drivers are the preparation for the post-oil economy, the need for diversification, and the shortages in the professionals educated in STEM. So STEM education has emerged to be crucial for the region. STEM plays a critical role in the world economy. The 4 pillars of STEM are identified as essential areas of study to maintain a high quality of life and future prosperity by fostering scientific and technological developments. The evidence shows that high-performing countries are characterized by a strong research enterprise, providing the technical know-how, career pathways from academia to industry and vice versa, and a reliable pipeline of STEM graduates. The most important thing is that we can create a STEM literate population that celebrates discovery and entrepreneurship. I'll just give an example about what's happening with STEM in the place where I came from. Actually, according to the Australian Academy of Science, the impact of STEM amounts to over 26% of the Australian economy for about $330 billion per year. So STEM makes a direct impact to the Australian economy. According to the chief scientist of Australia's report, the total STEM workforce is about 2.3 million people. 32% of that workforce are university qualified, while 68% of the STEM workforce are vocational education and training qualified. 16% of the STEM qualified people are female, and the STEM graduates' earnings are in the top income bracket. 65% of STEM graduates are spread over professional, scientific, technical services, manufacturing, education and training, health, financial, and infrastructure services. STEM student enrollments in Australia have increased year on year, and we have in 2016 271,000 STEM enrollments in Australian universities. So there is enough, So there is enough evidence suggesting that there is a greater need for STEM capability, and there is a greater need for recognition of STEM education outcomes that need to be stronger. This also brings us to the notion of developing curricula that integrates STEM and equip students with the necessary skills that will contribute to the economic and social challenges. The other thing is that we have the task of developing STEM awareness in the public domain. So we need actually to be student-centered. We need to ask our students how they would prefer to learn, and we need to develop a range of learning activities in which students are active participants in the discovery and the application of knowledge. Our students need to be stimulated, challenged, and encouraged actively to participate, interact, and question. Also, they need to develop the capacity to analyze, question, and solve complex problems. The development and the integration of the digital learning will impact educational outcomes. We need to develop a strategy for digital education. It also requires setting targets for blended learning, which includes either wholly online education or blended digital and face-to-face education. The current approach to STEM skills development in Oman is quick and specific. I would like to acknowledge what His Majesty Sultan Qaboos bin Said famously said, that let there be education even if it is under the shades of trees. And this is a great thing it's a great statement. The Vision 2020 in Oman paves the way for the formulation of a long-term Oman 2040. The Sultanate has adopted a long-term change strategy to create a culture of STEM teaching and learning, starting from primary schools to secondary schools and through. A great example is Masadr, which is the Oman Virtual Science Library, which is connecting Oman's academic community to some of the finest digital resources in the world. Now, I would like to focus on the learning environments. Learning environments need to be designed to accommodate and enhance new styles of learning experience through establishing collaborative hubs and flexible teaching and learning spaces. A good example is the learning and teaching building that we developed at Monash University. It is a $180 million building in which we have 68 formal learning spaces across 4 floors that can accommodate more than 3,000 students simultaneously. Also, it has informal learning spaces that can accommodate more than 600 students simultaneously. It has got interactive spaces that encourage student movement, exploration, participation in a variety of activities, as well as collaborative spaces that encourage group work and sharing of ideas with a central teaching point. Here is another example in the same building, which is learning in the round space, which is a good example of a new style of learning experience. This is an interactive lecture space which enables peer presentations and maximizes participation. Students can work in groups, move from one region to another, and they can write on walls since the building has got 360 degrees whiteboards and glass boards. And as well as academics who can present from 360 degrees whiteboards anywhere around the room. Another example is the data wall-enabled spaces. These spaces has the ability to display desktop PC over multiple screens, creating a wide computer display, and has got the ability to divide each screens into sub-screens where student group work can be displayed. The curricular content that fits these new styles of learning experience need to cover the knowledge, the skills, and the behaviors that will assist students to actively shape their future. What we need is we need to offer our students an education that is forward-thinking and future-focused. We need to teach them the skills that makes them employable, and we need to have future-focused teachers as well who know and understand the needs and the talents of their students. And here, universities can play a major role in this, since universities are in a great position to be the conduit for partnerships between the industry, education institutions, and the government. The other thing that I would like to raise is the growth in the industry-based experience, which we think is essential. And the term we use is the work-integrated learning. This is an umbrella term for a range of approaches that integrates theory with the practice of work within a designed curriculum. So we have to work on greater embedding of entrepreneurship and innovation within our curriculum. There is actually great evidence suggesting that students who have completed the work integrated placements are in greater demand in the workforce. So curriculum-based learning, curriculum-based work integrated learning is actually includes many activities like placements, industry projects, and field trips. There are also co-curricular experiences such as internships, industry projects, and monitoring program. The aim of all of this is to enable educators, academics, and support staff to communicate across disciplines, sharing best practice. That's why we came up with a notion of professions of the future. What can we do for the professions to develop the professions of the future? As Professor Aoun suggested, that with technological advances and job automations, many jobs will disappear and new ones will emerge. So employers will have more choice over who they employ. This means that graduates will likely change jobs more frequently, and such changes means that university students of today must be prepared to respond to these challenges. The other point which is also crucial is how to enable talented learners. We have to understand frameworks of giftedness and talent. We need to identify the students' learning styles and how they relate to students' talent development. We have developed many programs to nurture talent. One of them is the Student Futures platform, which is an online platform that enables students to develop and articulate their employability skills. The other one is the PASS project, where leaders offer study sessions to students to nurture their talents. We are at the moment working on developing and evaluating an e-health virtual hospital, which is an integrated patient management system to improve the care of patients with chronic diseases. As you well know, that in many communities, and I speak for the Australian community, that more than 80% of the total burden of ill health is in actually accounts for chronic diseases. So the aim is to improve the transition of care between hospitals and the community. And this will focus on avoiding frequent re-hospitalization. I like to end with our motto, which comes from Michelangelo, which says, Ancora imparo, which means I'm still learning, and we are still learning all. Thank you very much. Any questions? Can we have the mic, please?
much, Professor Nizar. In contrast to what President Aoun has presented this morning, which is, I think he called it humanics, humanities. The focus on STEM in the new era, where a lot of robotics and combined with artificial intelligence can do a lot of that work. The main thing that distinguishes us would be the humanities and the arts. And this is why many countries, in a sense, are moving from STEM to STEAM, where arts and humanities are a critical component of the educational system, not only from the perspective of product development, but even in terms of security and peace. It was seen that certain countries that has focused on STEM, especially in this region, a lot of the, let's say, Daesh experience became associated with that method of learning. Is it better to now take this approach to STEAM rather than STEM?
Well, what I'm actually suggesting is not to move away from humanities and social sciences. These could be integrated with the STEM. We cannot do STEM if we don't have the human factor integrated with that. So indeed, STEAM and STEM will end up to be the same by the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Charles.
Someone is going to ask again. One question.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
Yes, my name is Fuad Jdeed. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs at Al-Sharqiyya University. I think I'm going to follow up on the questions from His Excellency and relate that to what Professor Aoun did explain this morning. We believe that in the new age of AI, the jobs that are based on logical and mathematical intelligence will be taken over by machines. And so if we want to prepare our students for the future age of AI, we need to emphasize other types of intelligence which machines cannot do. Interpersonal. So basically I have a similar question. So at Monash, you're emphasizing STEM, which are logical and mathematical intelligence, and you are, so my question is this really the right approach to prepare students for the future?
Well, actually, what we are trying to do is to integrate the industry within our curriculum, because we are really thinking seriously about the professions of the future. This doesn't mean that the human factor will be abolished. On the contrary, we are trying to come up with a style of learning where students can work together to solve major problems. And in this type or style of learning, actually, there is a great human factor where problems are solved by a group of students rather than by individual students. So indeed, the human factor is very important, but we need to think seriously about employability in the future. With automation and what's happening, most of the jobs will disappear. So we need to think seriously on how to secure the professions of the future for our graduates. That's the whole point.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Nizar, for this very interesting presentation and very enlightening talk. Salih Shidani from Sultan Qaboos University. My question, as we start to see there is currently a move to reform the education from the traditional setting into the new futuristic type of approach. This is the challenge for most of the existing universities, is how to carry and to prepare for that phase. So if there is currently international or regional efforts or platform where this transition or reform can be enabled, facilitated, so rather than individual universities, they work alone, we start to see a collaboration between regional or international university in order to achieve these steps. Thank you very much.
I totally agree with you. The problem of employability is not it's a global problem. So I think international collaboration to solve these problems is crucial. I totally agree with your notion. I'm sorry, I was told that this should be the last question. And I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Charles Al-Ashi, who is a professor of space and technology at the University of California, the California Institute of Technology.
Just one last question.
Sorry. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. Just one last question, Doctor.
Yes, please.
Okay, my question to you, sorry, my name is Abdulaziz Al-Hinai, Special Economic Zone Authority of Duqm. We've heard a number of things today, and artificial intelligence is definitely a disruptor. My question for you is that we're focused so much on changing or giving advice on STEM and many other strategies, but have we focused on the life cycle perspective approach model? That is, we really need to be focusing today on our kids who are 5 years of age, and perhaps even look at the current curriculums that has been around for almost, 30, 40, 50 years, if not more. So my question to you is are we focused right? We are focusing on developing our students at universities, but are we focusing on the life cycle perspective, which is actually looking at education at a nursery level, at a kindergarten level, at a primary level, so that we can get prepared for AI, which I believe will be more in force in the next 20 to 30 years? That's my question. Thank you.
I can't agree less. Actually, when we talk about integrating STEM with the curriculum, I mentioned that we need to start not only at secondary schools or elementary schools. I totally agree with you. We need to start from kindergarten, and this way we can create a STEM literate population that can really appreciate STEM science and technology. Charles? Charles. Charles also is really a world authority in space sciences, and it's a great pleasure to have him with us. Thank you.
Let's see, am I on? Yeah. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here. Assalamu alaikum. My first trip to Oman was about 35 years ago. I came with a group of archaeologists and space scientists, and we were looking for the city of Ubar. and we use satellite data to actually trace some of the features which led us to the discovery of an area where now I find it's on the tourist tour, for people who come and visit Oman. I'm planning my talk to address three types of audiences. One is for all of you, is hopefully to tell you, why do we explore? Why do we spend all that money to do exploration? And you should understand that because Oman is one of the major exploring nations. If you go over the centuries, you are the people who explored a lot of the Indian Ocean. So that is in your blood about knowing about exploration. The second kind of audience is to talk to the students who are here and hopefully to inspire you that exploration and science is a lot of fun. And here I want to give credit to my friend Khattab Ghalib al-Hinay. For the last 2 years, he has been urging me to come and give a talk to the students. So finally, I made it, here to do that. And the third audience is for the leaders, of Oman, and basically to send you the message that now space is accessible by all nations. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it was mostly the United States and Europe and Russia who were doing space exploration. But with the advances of technology, I think now a country like Oman, if you have the ambition, you can actually build spacecraft here and be part of the, the quest of space exploration and the benefit of it. So hopefully I'll be able to convince you of all of these, in my talk. So first, let me talk about why do we explore. If you go to Jabal al-Akhdar, at the top of the mountain where it's clear sky, and if you have a very powerful telescope and you look at the sky, that's what you actually will see. This picture corresponds to about, if you take one dime, one Omani dime, and put it at the end of your hand, that's about the area of the sky that you see here. And you literally see thousands and thousands of bright points. So just imagine if you look at the whole sky, you would literally see millions of these objects. And if you zoom on it, these are not only stars, these are galaxies. So each one of those bright points is a galaxy. And if you zoom on it more, each one of those galaxies is literally made of billions and billions of stars. So just imagine the universe around us. You have millions of galaxies. Each one of them has billions of stars, in it. And around one of those little stars, which we call the sun, we have a solar system. We have planets, around it. And the third one from your left, that's us. That's our little planet, Earth, which is the third one from the left here. So just imagine the glory of this whole universe around us. So we are a little teeny dot in a solar system, which is around a little star, which is part of a galaxy, which is part of millions of other galaxies in the universe. And what's particularly exciting is that on that planet that we call Earth, somehow it had the right ingredient, the right temperature, the right chemistry, that it led to the formation of cells, and these cells got together and formed this beautiful world that we live in. Isn't that amazing? Out of these billions of stars, how did they evolve? How did they come about? How did we get, to this beautiful world that we live in? And our planet, which was formed about 3.8 billion years ago, after 3.8 billion years of evolution, we got muscat. So you can see now that muscat has taken 3.8 billion years to evolve and get this beautiful world, and people like you and me sitting here and having this great meeting. So isn't that fascinating? How did that happen? How did life evolve? How did the planet evolve? How did the galaxies form? So that's what we're trying to do in our exploration, is to really what I call write the book which starts from the Big Bang, how things started, until we are here today, and how did we evolve and how did we come about, to happen. And of course, you are not going to do that in one mission or two missions or one generation or even two generations. So what I'm going to try to do today is kind of just tell you about maybe one paragraph of that book or a couple of paragraphs of what were the recent advances that have been happening in our space exploration. So just in the last 15 years, we launched about 23 spacecraft which are across the solar system. Now, I can take all day to tell you about what each and every one of them discovered, but I picked 3 or 4 to give you just a highlight about the recent discovery, and also to tell you about future. What are we planning, particularly for the young people here, what they can participate in and anticipate to happen over the next couple of decades. So the first one I want to talk about is about Saturn. It's a recent discovery. So as you know, I just Googled Saturn in Arabic is Zahal. So we have a mission which is called Cassini, which was just finished about 5 months ago, which has been in orbit around Saturn for the last 13 years and was exploring, that planet. Now, Saturn is a beautiful planet. It has a beautiful rings. It's kind of romantic, and people use it for a variety of exciting things. But the reason we are interested in it is that we want to see how actually the rings which are around Saturn, what are they made of, and how are they evolving. And the reason we want to do that is we believe that our solar system started by a big cloud, interstellar cloud collapsing, which formed the sun, and then there were rings around it, and the particles in those rings over time agglomerated together. They formed small rocks, and they formed bigger rocks, and then they formed the planets. So we think that our planets in our solar system started by being rings around the sun, and then they evolved to actually being planets. Now, to convince you of this, if you look at that picture where that arrow is, we actually saw that at the edge of one of the rings, there was a little planet forming around Saturn. And if you look more between those gaps of the rings, we actually see bigger planets which are forming, or bigger satellites which are forming. And then when you look at everything around Saturn, we actually see planets almost bigger than our moon. So Saturn has literally dozens of planets which have formed out of those rings. So in a sense, what we are doing, we are observing how a planetary system is actually forming in front of us, which will shed light on how did our planet form over the last few billion years around the sun. And that planet you see in the back, or the satellite you see in the back, is called Titan. And it's all covered by clouds, but we had an instrument similar to the instrument that Galeb and I worked on many years ago, which is a radar instrument, which can see through the clouds and allowed us to see the surface of that planet. And guess what we saw? We saw sand dunes, we saw lakes on it. The picture on the left, I could have told you this was taken in the empty quarter in Oman, and you probably would have believed me. But these are sand dunes on another space object. On the right, these are lakes, and these are lakes like hundreds of kilometers in size, so they are like little oceans. So we find that on Titan, it's almost identical to Earth. There are clouds, it rains, there are rivers, they go into lakes, it evaporates, and then we have a whole cycle. Except that cycle is all not of water, but hydrocarbon, because Titan is so cold that water is frozen. So the rocks on Titan are made of water, and the liquid on Titan are made of hydrocarbon. So if you were living on Titan, you don't need to go to a gas station. You just go to the nearest lake, and you can fill up your car from the lake. Now, don't worry, it's not going to reduce the price of oil here. It's too far to bring the oil from Titan. Matter of fact, it's too expensive to bring it for there. But for a scientist, that's fascinating, because now the question, could there be life which is based on hydrocarbon in there? Because hydrocarbon is made of carbon and hydrogen, the same thing that lead to life here on Earth. Could there be life which is not based on water, but based on hydrocarbon on Titan? We don't know the answer, for it. Another interesting satellite, which is around Saturn, is called Enceladus. Now, it's a satellite which we know is made of ice, H2O ice, like you have in the bottle in front of me here. And we know that because from the spacecraft, we were able to look at what we call the spectral signature. But what was fascinating, you see at the bottom of that image, you see those blue stripes on it. So when we flew over that satellite, we found that those blue stripes are warmer than the surrounding. So we were puzzled, why are they warmer? So as we flew by, we looked back, and what do we see? We see geysers shooting from those cracks. And these are geysers which are like 30 kilometers high. And then, so being adventurous, we actually had the spacecraft fly through those geysers, and we found that they are made of H2O, water, and organic material. So what we believe now is happening is that below that ice, most likely there is an ocean, a liquid ocean, and as Enceladus goes around Saturn, the tides, like the lunar tides here, kind of are pumping that satellite, liquefied the inside of it, and warmed it up, and we are shooting geysers from it. So the next question is, if there is an ocean below the surface, could there be life, today, in that area? So that's one of the puzzles or the questions we're kind of exploring. And this is one of my favorite pictures. So this was taken when the spacecraft was behind Saturn relative to the sun. So in a sense, Saturn blocked the light from the sun, and that allows us to see what's around it. It's like now I barely can see you because the light is shining in my face, but if I block it, then I can see you much better. So if you look at what the arrow is, you see those little 2 dots? That's Earth and the moon. So that little dot is all of us. We are all living on that little dot in space. So all the people that you like, all the people that you don't like, are all living on that little dot in space. So that gives us a different perspective of our place in this universe. That's why I call it, it's my favorite picture. Now, that mission, as I told you, it has survived, it operated for 13 years. But then about 5 months ago, we were concerned as the fuel in the spacecraft was being reduced, we were concerned that we would lose control of the spacecraft, and sometime in the future it will impact Titan or Enceladus and pollute it a little bit because there might be microbes taken from Earth there. So on purpose, we decided to actually burn it in the atmosphere. So we brought the spacecraft to fly closer, then closer, then closer, and then finally, last September, we actually burned it in the atmosphere to make sure we don't pollute these other places where potentially there might be life on them. And this one was the last picture which was taken. You look at the top left, you see that little blip. That was the last signal we got from Cassini, and then 1 second later, it disappeared. So it's like the heartbeat, and then when people die, the heartbeat goes away. And the reason it was interesting, because there were many people who have spent all their life working on it. This mission, we conceived it about 30 years ago. Then it took us 5, 6 years to convince the government in the US to fund it. Then it took us 7 years to build it. Then it took us 7 years to actually get it to Saturn. And then it operated for 13 years. So we had some people who started their career on that mission, and here they were seeing it ending 30 years later. So the message is, in our business, you have to be very patient. But also you have job security. If you are working on the mission for 30 years, you have a good job security on it. Now, the other planet that we have been doing a lot of investigation is Jupiter, and that's called Al-Mushtar, I think, in Arabic, Kawkab al-Mushtar. And Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system. It's about the size of 300 Earth. So we'll be a little teeny dot, on that planet. And what is particularly interesting is all the circulation in that atmosphere. So this is actual pictures. They look like an artist doing a painting. But if you were sitting on that spacecraft, which is flying today, that's what you'll actually will be seeing. And you see what looks this very deep circulation and hurricanes which are happening on that planet. And we are hoping that by studying Jupiter and observing the dynamic of its atmosphere, that will shed light on the dynamic of our atmosphere, about hurricane, about the monsoon, so we understand the fluid mechanics and actually how these hurricanes actually happen, how long they last, what's the dynamic, behind them. So this is kind of a possibly direct translation between a planetary system, or planet that we observe, and our own planet. And that's kind of a detailed picture of one of these hurricanes. This is bigger than the whole Earth. So that gives you the size of these features on Jupiter. Now, one interesting thing, looking at the future, it turned out that Jupiter has a satellite called Europa, which is about the size of our moon. And like Enceladus, it's all made of ice, But we see these orange colors on the surface that we know they are organic material, and we see those cracks. Oops. We see those cracks in it, which give us indication that that ice most likely is floating, on water. Like if you fly from here to the United States over the North Pole, you'll actually see a sea of ice, and then you see big ice flows, and there are cracks, in the ice. So we're seeing the same thing on another planet in our solar system, or a satellite in our solar system. So as we speak, we're planning a mission where we will fly to Europa. It will take us about 5 years to get there. And then we are going to have a sounder, a radar sounder, which measures the thickness of that ice to see how deep is the ocean below that ice. And then the next step, we are going to put a lander to determine how hard is that ice, because ultimately we want to drill through the ice and get down to the ocean to see if there is a life in that ocean and put a submarine in it. And we are already working on the technology for such a submarine, and that's what you see an example of it. This is actually being tested in Alaska, where we put an upside-down rover under the ice, and we had it drive at the bottom of the ice, and actually is observing and measuring, the composition of those lakes in Alaska, and it's all being controlled from Pasadena or from Los Angeles. So that's kind of the technology that we usually work on in preparation for such missions. The next one I want to tell you about is Mars. Now, Mars gets a lot of attention because, number one, it's the closest planet to us, or one of the two closest planets to us. It takes about 9 months to get from here to Mars. There are a lot of similarity and difference between Earth and Mars. Mars is about 1/4 of the size of the Earth. So if you take the ocean away, the land mass on Earth and the land mass on Mars is about the same. You see polar caps. You see at the bottom of Mars, you see a polar cap, which is made of ice. Mars has an atmosphere. It's thinner than our atmosphere, but it has an atmosphere. And if you look at the detail, it looks very similar to Earth. The picture on the left is the Grand Canyon in the United States. The picture on the right is the Grand Canyon on Mars. If you look more closely, I always give my student a test. I tell them, guess which one is Mars and which one is the desert on Earth. So I'm going to give you a test here. Being a professor, I always like to give a test. How many of you think the picture on the left is Mars? Let's see some hands there. Okay. How many of you think the picture on the right is Mars? Okay, many of you will fail that test. I forgot which one is which. And that's a point I want to make, is that Mars and Earth look very similar. The desert area and the Earth. Matter of fact, not too long ago, there was a station here in Oman where actually we were simulating if we send a human to Mars, what will be the environment, how they would live, and so on. So when we send an astronaut, to Mars, she's going to think that she's landing in Oman, instead of landing on Mars. So the point is that there are lots of similarities between the geology on Earth and geology on Mars. As a matter of fact, as a result of our experiment, we found that every component which is in your body, carbon, hydrogen, phosphorus, all the material which is in your body actually exists on Mars. And as we speak today, we have 2 rovers which are on that planet, which are exploring it. The one on the left is called Opportunity. It's about the size of your desk. And the one on the right is called Curiosity, which is the size of your car. And these rovers, the one on the left, have been on Mars for 14 years. So imagine how many of you would have a car that will work for 14 years without taking it to the garage or to get it fixed. So this one is driving on another planet for 14 years. The one on the right has been there for about 5 years, but what's unique about it, it's a chemistry lab. So if you go to the university here and collect all your chemistry equipment, X-ray, gamma ray equipment, ovens, they are all incorporated in that rover, so we can analyze the material which we have on Mars by taking samples. We put them in ovens, we heat them, see what kind of gas is being emitted from them. We put them in front of X-ray machine, and we find out what's their composition. All of this done in a car size. So a lot of technology had to be involved in doing that. And these are a couple of examples of images. As a geologist, if I look at that image, that immediately tell me this is a dry lake. That means there was water in it, and then the water either evaporated or frozen below the ground, and you see this layering of what we call sedimentary rocks in it. And you see sand dunes, again, as I said, very similar to Oman. I mean, I could have told you I took this when I was in the empty quarter in Oman, and you would have believed me. So a lot of the feature we have on Earth actually exists on Mars. So it's a somewhat familiar place from basically environment, geology. It's a harsh place because the atmosphere is very thin and it's very cold, but it's a place that we can go and travel and visit sometime in the future. So let me give you now, I assume there are some engineering students who are here. Let me tell you a little bit about the challenge, to go to Mars. I told you it's about 9 months. The signal from Mars take about 20 minutes to get to Earth, so you cannot joystick those rovers. They have to be very smart. It's kind of the beginning of what Dr. Aoun said about artificial intelligence. So these rovers have to be smart. So when they drive, they have to be able to avoid problems. If they see a rock in front of them, they go around it. If they get to a slope which is too steep, they have to back off and find another location to go to it, because we cannot joystick them. We just tell them we want you to go from here to the end of the auditorium, and they have to figure out a way of how to do that. But the more challenging part of it is after we traveled about 225 million kilometers, we have to land within a 2-kilometer circle. Now, to give you an idea what that means, that's if I go outside my office in Los Angeles and hit the golf ball toward the golf course here in Muscat, the golf ball has to go straight in the cup. All the way from Los Angeles, you have to go straight in the cup. And to make it a little bit more challenging, the cup is moving, because Mars is not sitting there, it's moving. So we have to figure out all the navigation that is needed to do that kind of accurate landing on the surface. So a lot of technology, not exactly GPS, but similar to GPS, had to be developed to be able to do that. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take you to the mission operation room at JPL, the night of the landing, of Curiosity, to show you, number one, the challenge. Number two, the kind of people who were there. They were not very much older than many of the students who are here. These are the people who developed that mission. And the third one about the excitement of doing something great like landing on another planet.
Coming up on entry. Vehicle reports entry interface. At this time, it will begin pressurizing the propulsion system to increase the thrust of the system. We'll use that for all the maneuvering in the atmosphere we're about to do. The vehicle has just reported via tones that it has started guided entry. Target at this time. We have seen peak deceleration. We should have parachute deploy around Mach 1.7. Parachute is deployed. We are decelerating. Heat shield has separated. We're found the ground. We're down to 90 meters per second at an altitude of 6.5 kilometers and descending. Standing by for batch shell separation. We are in powered flight. We're at altitude of 1 kilometer descending. Standing by for sky crane. Sky crane is started.
Eagle to us, you remain strong.
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars.
just to give you a feel, while we were doing the landing, there were 50 million Americans on our website watching in real time what we are doing. And the following day, there was 1.6 billion hit on our website worldwide, people trying to find out what happened last night, on this thing. And to give you also a feel about the challenge, when we were entering the atmosphere, the energy in the capsule, we were coming at very high speed. The energy of the capsule was equivalent of 18,000 race cars going at full speed. And we had 5 minutes to slow it down and land softly on the surface. So that's why you saw first we had a heat shield, which slowed us down, like if you are driving in the car and you put your hand out, you can feel the pressure. Then we had to open a supersonic parachute, the largest parachute ever built. Then we had to use retro rocket, and then we had to hover and then dangle the spacecraft to come down to the surface. And everything had to work perfectly, within fraction of a second. If one of them didn't work, we would have crashed on the planet. So that kind of, you saw, how nervous we were at the beginning before we got the signal that it was successful. So now, once we landed, what did we do? The first thing we did is like when you give your kid an iPhone, and the first thing they do is they take a selfie and send it to you and say, "Mom, look how good looking I am." That's what we did here. So as soon as we landed, we had the arm, and there was a little camera on the arm, and the arm went out and took a picture of the lander to tell us that, everything was safe on the surface. And then as we drove around, you saw in the video, you saw some places where there were little holes, with gray, material. So we were driving around, not only taking picture, but drilling in the surface and taking samples to see what those samples are made of. Now, what are we planning to do next? In 2 years from now, as we speak, we are assembling another rover at JPL. If you come and visit JPL, we can show you how we are assembling the rover. Now, this one is going to do something a little bit different, even that the landing is the same. But that rover is going to drive around, take samples, collect them, and collect about 30 samples and put them in one location. So later we can send another lander, land next to those samples, grab them, put them in a little rocket, launch it up, then we go rendezvous with it and bring those samples, back to Earth. Just a simple engineering problem for the future students, to do that. So that's planned over the next decade to conduct such an experiment. Now, to make it a little bit more fun, we're looking at adding a little helicopter to it. So it's like the drones that your kids play with. So we're going to put a drone on it, but this is not just for fun. This is a drone which will go and survey in front of the rover and tell the rover where to go, where are the most interesting area. Now, the challenge on that one, again, as I told you, we cannot joystick it. So the drone has to be completely autonomous. The drone has to decide where is a safe area for me to land. So all of that intelligence had to be in that drone. And we had only 1.5 kilograms to do all of this, into 1.5 kilogram because there was not very much space, to send it with us. The other thing which will be interesting, again, talking about the future, how you will be doing things in the future. Now, all you have heard about virtual reality. Now, the way we do our experiment now, we have hundreds of scientists around the world. And every day they get on their iPhone or they get on their computer, and then they start discussing what should they do the following day based on the pictures that the rover took, yesterday. By that time, what we're going to be able to do is to give everybody, kind of glasses, and anywhere they are around the world, they will think they are on Mars. So as the rover drives around and take picture, it's transferred to those glasses, and the scientists can walk around and look at the rocks and say, maybe this rock is interesting. Maybe I should take a sample from it. And if they have the right credential, then they can send a command to the rover to go and take a sample. So it will be like you are doing geology in the field. So if you invite me 5-6 years from now, I will bring glasses and give it to all of you, and you can walk with me on Mars and explore Mars like anybody is exploring it. Now, the third topic, or the fourth topic I want to mention is, I'm sure many of you, when you look at the sky, you wonder, are there planets around other stars? And up to like 30 years ago, most of the scientists were not sure because we didn't have any proof. Well, today I can tell you, when you look at the sky, every star you see actually has planets around it. The question, are these planets similar to our solar system or are they different? And this is an example from recently, about like 6 months ago or 7 months ago, which was on the front cover of the New York Times. We detected a star which is not very far from us, which had 7 planets, all of them roughly about the size of Earth, you know, a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller than it. And what is particularly interesting is that at least 4 of those planets are in a region where water will be liquid. They are not too close, because if they are too close, they will be too warm, like Venus. They are not too far, because if they are too far, the water will be frozen. But they are in a region which is just the right distance, you know, which makes that water will be liquid. So immediately the question comes out, and they are roughly the same size of Earth, they have rocky surface, and they have liquid water on them, or could have liquid water on them. So the immediate question, could there be life, you know, on those planets? Now, I don't have the answer, you know, to that part, but that's the kind of thing that the research we're doing, and that kind of give you a scale relative to our own solar system. Now, the way we have detected them was very clever, because, you know, these stars are far away, you know, from us. So what we do, we look at a star and measure the brightness very accurately. And then if we see every once in a while a blip in the brightness of that star, and if the blip is periodic, that means there is a planet which is orbiting around it. And when the planet blocks the star, then you get a little bit less light coming from the star. So if you measure the periodicity of the blips, it can tell you what's the period of that planet. If you measure how deep the blip is, that will tell you how big the planet is, because a small planet will have a little dip, and a big planet will have a big dip in it. And if you see multiple dips in it, which are somewhat periodic, that means you have multiple planets which are around it. So that's what led us now to basically say, so far we have discovered about 3,600 planets in one small part of the sky. So clearly there are planets all over our solar system. Now let me kind of finish by saying, okay, now how can we apply that technology here to Earth? Now, first, from technology point of view, you all are using space technology. I'm sure every single one of you have an iPhone. But not many of you know that the code which communicates between the iPhone and the tower, that code was developed at JPL to communicate with our spacecraft many years ago. Then entrepreneurs thought, wow, you know, we can use that in iPhone. I wish I thought about it, you know, and took a patent on it, but you know, we were doing exploration. We were not thinking about application. So that brings the example of government, NASA in this case, doing technology, and then private sector entrepreneur taking that technology and using it. The camera in your iPhone, you know, the focal plane of the camera, which detects what we call CMOS detector, was developed at JPL for our telescope, because we wanted to build very lightweight, very sensitive, you know, detectors. And then an entrepreneur took that idea and included it in your iPhone. So that's a simple example of technology which you didn't think about. We didn't think about that, you know, the application, where then entrepreneur make it happen. But now looking at our own planet, I'm sure you all are concerned or heard about global warming. And that will lead to rise, you know, in the ocean. Is particularly important because you live next to the ocean here. Well, I can tell you that the ocean is rising, despite the skeptics. If you look at the bottom right, that is a record over the last 20 years of the average height of the ocean. And you see it's rising by about 3 millimeters per year. And that was taken from satellites, where we measure the distance between the orbit of the satellite and the surface of the ocean. Now you say 3 millimeters is not very much, but in 50 years, that's 1.5 meters. In 100 years, that's 10 meters. That would flood a fair amount of the coastal region around the world. So we really need to take that whole issue of global warming is something that we as humanity, we have to take it very seriously. Now, you can debate, is that man-made or natural? For me, that's secondary. It's happening, and we need to figure out how are we going to manage it and address it. And you would say, well, where is that water coming from? You know, if there is more and more water, where is it coming from? Well, we have another satellite which are measuring the gravity field very, very accurately. And what we have been observing by flying over Greenland is that the ice in Greenland, because of global warming, is actually melting. And you see that picture to the top right that tell you how much of that ice has been melting in the last 5 years, or in the period 2004 to 2009. Now you see cycling going up and down, and that's normal, that's winter and summer. But on the average, the amount of ice in the polar region is actually decreasing, and all that water is going, in the ocean. The other example of application is illustrated in here. This is a technique which was developed in the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years. We can monitor from satellite, take images like this is Los Angeles, and measure how much change in the surface is happening down to about a centimeter. Now you say, what's important about that? The changes you are seeing here is seasonal changes resulting from pumping water from under the ground in Los Angeles. So there is a decrease. When you pump water out, the surface will subside. And then when it rains and we have snow in the Sierras and it melts, water comes into the water table and it moves it back up. So with this way, we're actually monitoring what's happening with the water resources in that region down to a centimeter. Now, something which would be relevant to the Middle East and to you, as we speak, we're doing a project with Saudi Arabia, with King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, to monitor all the Middle East over the next decade and to be able to see the changes in the surface, which are resulting from possibly pumping water or from natural hazards, from mudslide, from potential earthquake, because if the faults are moving, you actually would see the displacement and you can tell which area are high risk. So these are examples of how space capability will enable things which are day-to-day that you worry about on a regular basis in managing your water resources. And for us, as an example in California, the picture to the left is actually a picture which was taken, it's a double picture. We took one picture before an earthquake happened. We didn't know an earthquake is going to happen, but we were taking a picture every day from satellite. And then we had a picture after the earthquake, and then by combining them, we were able to determine how much motion actually occurred. And where we saw a lot of motion, that's what we told the rescuers, to actually go to those areas, because that's most likely where the damage happened the most in those areas. So that was done very quickly, within a matter of hours, and that illustrates to you how a space technology, if it's being used, how it can benefit, even in this case, saving lives. Now, people ask, I'm going to end by more personal kind of thing. So people ask, well, what kind of people you need, to do space exploration? Well, of course, you need to study and do well, but one key factor, before I go on that one. The other thing I wanted to mention to you is, literally in 2 months from now, we're going to be sending 2 spacecrafts to Mars. Now, the reason I want to show them to you, that's how big that spacecraft is. I could have folded that spacecraft and put it in my carry-on luggage. And I was tempted of bringing it with me here, but I said, what would I tell security at the airport? What's in my luggage? But the point I'm making here is that technology has advanced enough that now you can build very capable spacecraft about this size in this thing. And this spacecraft was built by a group of recent graduates, which came to JPL, and they built it in a period of 2 years. So the point I want to make to you is you could do the same. Of course, you need people who have the right training and the right experience. But now, 24 universities in the US and in Europe, in England, in France, actually have students working on spacecraft. So if Omani graduates go and spend a year or 2 at those universities, they can gain that experience. And then you can develop the capability here. Now you'll say, okay, this is for exploration. Is there a direct benefit? I'm sure many of you are reading that what Google is planning to do now is basically to fly hundreds of these small spacecraft and do an internet network around the Earth. And these spacecraft are typically about this size. So that technology is enabling now a new business of actually industry developing these kind of things and making money on it. You can put cameras on them. You can monitor, what's happening along the coast, in Oman. So this is becoming, that's what I said, space is now becoming accessible to not only the big nations, but also all the nations in the world who have the ambition, to actually do that. And not too far from here, your neighbors in the Arab Emirates, they are in the process of building a little bit bigger spacecraft than what I showed you, and they are planning to send it to Mars. So I asked, the head of their agency, because I'm on their advisory board, why did you pick Mars, to do that, and why are you spending the money? And he had a very good answer. He said, that's a way to inspire our young people. We wanted to do something really difficult and inspire our young people to do that. And through that process, they are trying to develop, working with some university in the US, develop the capability in the Arab Emirates to build very challenging, kind of technological spacecraft. So now people ask me, what kind of people you need, to be good explorers? Well, of course, you need to work hard at it, but the key message is in this picture. Now, this picture shows, guess which one is the explorer or the JPL employee? When everybody is looking in one direction, the JPL employee is looking in the other direction. And there is a message in it for the young student here. Don't follow the crowd. Don't do the same thing that other people do. Always look in a different way and try to explore something in a different perspective or a different way to do that. That's how you do innovation, and that's how you do exploration. You don't study innovation in the classroom. You get it by being curious, wanting to look in a different way than the traditional. Now, I don't recommend you come to school, without shirt on, but I would recommend, you are always looking to explore different things, being curious about doing that, and that's why I like this picture. Now, let me end by people also ask me, how did I end heading, the main research lab for NASA in the US? I was like you. I grew up in Lebanon. I'm an Arab, like all of you are. When I was a kid, I was fascinated by space. I was always curious. I used to do trouble at school because I always was tinkering and I was curious about different things. And then I went to France to do my undergraduate, ended in the United States for my PhD. At that time, there was not much space industry in the US, in the Middle East, so I decided to stay in the US. But I was similar to any one of those students. Any one of you one day could be the head of the Omani Space Agency or any activity because you have the intellect to do it. I'm not any different than any one of you sitting here, but I had the opportunity to do this. And I can tell you, if you go in science and engineering, it's a lot of fun. People think of scientists, engineers sitting in a lab, working. But I can tell you, I traveled all around the world. This shows some of the field work I was doing. And the picture to the right, to the bottom right, and to the left, they were all in Oman. That's when we were doing the exploration for Ubar. We had our the typical Arabic, welcoming. So there were some, Bedouins in the area there. So they invited us to have tea. With them, it was a lot of fun. And not only it's a lot of fun, but you meet a lot of interesting people. That shows Jean-Jacques Cousteau, Prince Andrew, Al Gore, particularly Schwarzenegger. That was a big hit when he came back, because these people are curious. They are interested in exploration. They are interested in science. So you'll get to see, they are not scientists, but they are curious about knowing more about the world which is around us. And you meet a lot of movie stars, like you see in here. Many of you probably saw The Martian. So you can see Matt Damon and Jessica Chastain, or if you watch Star Trek, you see Patrick Stewart in here. So the point I want to make to you, being a scientist or an engineer is a lot of fun. And I want to end and leave you with one message, and that's what I call dare mighty things. It's far better that you dare great things, even that you might fail, on it, and probably there will be a number of failures. But if you try 5 or 10 great things and only one of them succeed, you would make a big difference in doing that. So don't be afraid from failing, as long as you are trying something really what I call mighty here, and this is a quote from Teddy Roosevelt. That's how you advance, humanity and how you advance science. Thank you very much. So I'm ready for some tough questions from the students. I think there is a gentleman there.
Hi everybody, my name is Hamza Suleiman Leofi. I'm a secondary school student. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. You said that UAE's project, which is about the spaceship to the Mars, is about inspiring the young people. I have a suggestion for our government to inspire us, to motivate us. When we have a high scores in our school, they award us with
Yeah, I can hear you, I think.
They award us with a Trudgeable award, but if they award us with a workshop,
Sometimes it's easier to go to Mars than have a microphone work.
if they gave us a chance to involve in a workshop or in an international conference, it will be more better, more revenable to us. It will be more motivational to us than the Trudgeable Award. This is my suggestion, and thank you, guys.
Yeah. Okay, I guess you answered your own question, because, no, I think, look, motivation, just remember when you were a kid, you were always curious about how to do things, and then as we grow up, we become less and less curious. And I think the key thing is how to keep young people interested in, in innovation. And you have a variety of ways of inspiring people. I use space because that's one example I'm familiar with. But there are lots of ways of inspiring young people, either through rewards or just a pat on the back or different mechanisms that you have to adapt to your case. But I think it's important for any government or leaders in education to always give the opportunity to the students to really stay being inspired and being willing to push the limits. And I think failure is a big factor of it. One of the things we were discussing at dinner a couple of days ago, one of the things in the United States, we are very tolerant of failure. We encourage people to try things, and sometimes they fail, and we don't take that in any negative way. So we usually think that that's the way to learn, is by failing, and then you learn from it, and then you try again. So how do you, and I know in the Middle East, the culture is not very amenable to that, because I grew up in the Middle East. And the question is, with time, hopefully we change that culture.
This is
I
Arshad
think
Ali.
there is.
Sorry if I may just get a second here. Dr. Lemia Al-Haj from Biology Department, College of Science. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for having this amazing event today, because it was really an eye-opener for how we can look at the future in the age or the era of artificial intelligence. My question is, Professor Josephs kicked off the session by giving us a scary number of 50% of the jobs that are currently available can be displaced or replaced by robotics or artificial intelligence. According to the World Economic Forum and the World Government Summit report, that out of the 50% that was mentioned, only 5% will be fully displaceable by artificial intelligence.
5%,
and that means
what?
just 5%. The rest would be, so 60% of the current jobs, out of which 30% can be displaced partially by robotics. So my question is, in the field of astronomy or space, we can see that a lot of it is based on robotics, but however, you still need the human decision to go, okay, this has landed perfectly, or so you still have that robotic-human interaction. Do you see this in the future getting less? Are we going to have less involvement of human? Are we going to be at a stage where we have to, be worried about fully being displaced by artificial intelligence?
How did I do it?
My question is, we talk a lot about the percentage of jobs that can be replaced by artificial intelligence. However, that only translates to 5% of fully overtaken by artificial intelligence is only 5%. So it's a bit exaggerated that humans will be displaceable in the near future. Do you agree on that concept, or do you think that we should still be concerned about job security in the future?
Okay, let me answer. I'm not sure I understood exactly your question, but you know, a key percent. I mean, you said there is 5%, you know, of the students,
fully displaceable. Yeah.
you know, which end in science. Is that what you are?
No, out of the 40%.
Maybe I'm not getting your question.
Sorry, I kind of speak very quickly. Out of the 50% of jobs that will be displaced or replaced by robotics.
Oh, I think she's going to help me here.
Thank you. I apologize.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're going back to Joseph. You know, Joseph. Now, most of these missions are robotic missions. What I described to you, they are all robotic missions. But when you think about robotic mission, remember who built those robots. They are human who built the robots. So it's not, at least in the foreseeable future, it's not that robots are going to build their own thing. So it's really, you have the human intellect which is behind this robot. What we do, we train them on how to avoid hazard, to be somewhat intelligent. But the likelihood of robot replacing a human, particularly the human thinking, that's going to be a long way from now. I'm not going to predict what happened 100 years from now, but it's still driven by human doing that. Now, people always ask me, what do I think about robotic mission versus human mission, meaning sending a human, you know, to space. First, you can do almost everything with robots, you know, driven from Earth, you know. But having a human in space is something which is very inspirational. You know, I mean, I can see when we bring astronauts to high schools in our neighborhood, kids love going and meeting astronauts because in a sense, those astronauts are like our representative in space. So it's like I'm traveling to the space station when I see an astronaut, you know, going to the space station. So I think it's going to be a combination of human traveling as well as robots which are helping the human conducting these missions. Now, maybe to expand on your question, maybe it's in the back of your mind, is are we going to go have a human going to Mars in the foreseeable future? Many of you saw the movie The Martian, you know, and what I like about that movie is that that can happen in the next 15 years. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen in your lifetime, that actually we'll have the capability to send the humans to go and travel to Mars, but they are going to need a lot of robots to help them, because an astronaut cannot go in a high hazard area. They can walk, but they cannot, you know, fly like the helicopter that I showed you. So I think you are going to see a combination of humans and robots basically exploring space in the future.
This is Arshad Ali, here at the back.
Oh, way back there, okay.
Right. So I'm from Earth Sciences Research Center here at SQU. And before asking my question, I would like to add briefly the contribution of Oman in space exploration. In the last decade or so, Oman has been the hub for a new meteorites, especially from Mars and Moon. So one of the meteorite, like from Sail or Hammer, is one of the most studied meteorites in the world right now. It was discovered by a Swiss expedition in 1999. So, and recently Australian Martian simulation mission, they successfully finished in Dhofar region. And I believe there are so many other Martian analog locations in Oman, and many teams from abroad will come and do their simulations here. So let's come to my question. I would like to have your take on the recently sent payload of Mr. Musk's Tesla Roadster, and the scientific community is thinking that it has been a massive biohazard to the space, especially you just mentioned a few exoplanets very similar to Earth. And what is your take about that? Is it really a threat, biohazard threat?
So let's see, if I gather your questions about biohazards that we have in space, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay. I mean, there are different kinds of biohazards. One, there is a question is, do we take, you know, things from Earth to Mars, like when we go and land on Mars, or like what we were doing, the Cassini mission, and contaminate, those places. So in that case, we actually clean the spacecraft very well. There are protocols between all the space nations about how to clean spacecraft from any bugs or anything. Another biohazard is when we bring samples back, from Mars. There is a question, is there a biohazard due to that? So that also there is a protocol of how do you handle those samples, similar to places where there are like extreme diseases that they are being handled. And the third problem is when you send a human, what hazards are for the humans, when they are traveling. That we understand reasonably well because of the space station experience. I mean, there is radiation which could impact, the humans. But we have gained enough experience on the space station that we understand how to handle that and how to shield that part. The one we don't know how to do is when we send a human to land on Mars, they are going to be taking bugs with them. And that we don't know what the implication of that part. And that's something which actually is being discussed and we are looking at, because you cannot clean a person completely from no bugs on them. So that's going to be a challenge of how do we do that.
معك عماد بن عبد الله الحقي من معهد عمر بن الخطاب للمكفوفين. ماذا تقدم الندوة للمكفوفين؟
Can the person stand up? I can't tell who's talking. Oh, here. Wait, who is talking?
ماذا تقدم؟
Oh, way back there, sorry.
ماذا ستقدم الندوة عن المكفوفين، طلاب المكفوفين؟ وكيف يمكن للمكفوفين أن يشغفوا في هذا العمل؟ في طلاب يعني يحبوا هذا العمل. كيف يمكن، هل هم في توظيف لهم أو هل هم يعني ما في فرصة لهذا العمل؟ إنهم هم شغوفين في هذا ولا يخافوا بل هم يسعوا إلى تحقيق هذا النجاح. هل في فرصة لهذا الطلبة؟
Can we repeat again? Oh, because I couldn't understand it.
طالب.
Oh, I see. Now, if you come to, at NASA, we actually developed a whole book for blind people, where they actually, through Braille, they can gain the experience, to some extent, gain the experience about the images that we are getting, in space. So that is kept in mind, and I'm sure there is the excitement both of, you are telling them about what's happening, but also there is a whole book on astronomy, that for blind people to do that. So hopefully that will get them to participate, in the exploration. I think there was one.
شكرا.
Let's see, what time do we start? 2 more questions? Okay. I think there are some here.
Hello, Hassan Kandar from the University of Alberta. 2 questions for you, Professor. The first question, you talked about here at home and some of the environmental concerns, in particular around the Gulf region. Is there any concern from your viewpoint in terms of desalination of the water that's happening in the Gulf region? Is that something that the Gulf countries, including Oman, should be concerned about? That's my first question. My second question, and I can't help but to ask you this, is what your take is on SpaceX.
Well, on the first question, yeah, I think there ought to be concern. Matter of fact, there are satellites which measure the salinity of the ocean. And we are actually seeing significant increase in the salinity around, the Arabian Peninsula. Now, what to do about it, I don't know. That's not my field. I mean, what we do is actually provide you with the data and tell you that, actually there is an increase in the salt content, in the ocean. Now, on SpaceX, in a sense, it's a good question because it kind of go back to the spirit I was saying earlier on entrepreneur taking technology developed by NASA and making business of it. That's what SpaceX is doing. They are basically taking the rocket technology that NASA developed in the last 50 years. But as entrepreneurs, they are much better on doing it more efficiently, and more, cost effectively than typically the government. And the reason is very simple, because people ask, why are they any smarter than the government? They are not any smarter. But when I was the director of JPL, I was very conscientious that the money I'm spending is taxpayers' money. So I'm careful about taking too much risk with it because, I have a fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayer. When a company does that, particularly like SpaceX, which is mostly owned by Elon Musk, he can take more risk in doing this and therefore be able to advance things because it's his own money. And entrepreneurs are better than the government in actually taking risk in doing things. So we love seeing people like SpaceX and Blue Origin and all these companies which are taking the government technology and actually making business of it. Matter of fact, today, you would think when you see a launch, you think NASA is launching a spacecraft. NASA doesn't build rockets anymore. We used to build them a long time ago. They are all built by industry. We go and buy them from industry, and SpaceX is one of the companies we buy launches, from it. But if you are referring to sending a human to Mars in the next 2-3 years, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. I think it's going to take longer than that. I think maybe we'll take one more, from here. And after the conference, I can stay around and we can chat.
Thank you, Doctor. Osama Al-Harthi from Petroleum Development, Oman. 3 years back, when I was a graduate student in the US, Florida Tech, I had the honor to interview an engineer and a NASA scientist, an engineer from JPL, for their involvement in InSight, Mars mission, InSight.
Oh, okay.
I think the name may be changed now.
No, it is still the same.
Yeah. So I think you have a culture of knowledge transfer and sharing, and the fact that you are here today is really a testimony of that culture. Now, my question is linked to the gentleman's question about commercializing some aspects, what SpaceX and other companies and institutions. So basically, it's going to be commercialized. Are we going to see similar knowledge sharing, or is it going to be locked out? And the implication of such a trend in the industry.
Yeah. Let me answer two parts you mentioned. He mentioned the InSight. I should have mentioned it. Matter of fact, literally next month will be, in May, we'll be launching a spacecraft to land on Mars, not a rover, but to land on Mars and measure if there are the equivalent of earthquakes. We call them Marsquakes on Mars, because that will tell us about the internal structure of Mars. So yes, that's still on track to be launched in, so watch, I think it's like May 18 that will be doing the launch, and the landing is in November. Now, on the question of the commercial, at JPL, we have an office where their job is to inform industry about the technology we're working on. Because we take it very seriously that the government job is to develop technology which will be too expensive for industry to develop. Things which require long-term vision. And that's something that the government should do. I mean, thinking 20 years from now and invest in developing technology for that. But then turn it over to industry and make it available. Matter of fact, our technology is available to all the companies in the United States. And we regularly have meetings with industry and tell them what's the latest technology that we're developing. For example, on that mission, a key technology is very sensitive seismometers. And people are interested in having seismometer because we have lots of earthquakes, which happens in California, so they want to get the most sensitive. So we turn that over to industry. In some case, we take license on it, so we can get some royalty coming back, to it. But in general, all of it is available to industry to do that. But usually the government is not very good at being an entrepreneur. I mean, sorry to say that for the government people here, because we have a lot of rules and regulation and so on. I mean, I was part of NASA, so I know how. But when you are in the private sector, you can be a much more aggressive entrepreneur in that area. So we usually turn it over to industry to actually do that. Okay, I cannot say no to my friend here.
Thank you, Charles. Just a word of thanks. Our dream of having you today came true, and we thank you very much for it. I'm sure the students here and all the people around are really appreciating you. You are a model for all of us.
Thank you.
I think coming from the Middle East, and you have proven yourself, and I know how difficult it is to be a director of JPL. I had the pleasure and the honor of knowing you since 1995 when you challenged us with...
When we were both young.
Yeah, we were still young, anyway. So you challenged us with a project for a shuttle imaging radar, Circe XR at that time, and see if there is any penetration over sand dunes in the peninsula. It was a very challenging project, and I got to know you better. And now you are a friend to all of us here. You are a friend to Oman, and I think this will continue in the future. I'm sure there are so many ideas coming, and the RAS experiment we did in Marmoul in Dhofar is an example of that. We want to develop it further, and I hope we will get your advice and something will occur of that project.
Thank you very much. As I said before, you know, it's a pleasure, and what I hope one of these days, still while I'm still alive, I can come here and see an Omani satellite being built here. Thank you very much. I guess.
Now we reach to the panel discussion, and we would like to welcome Dr. Blair Shepard, the moderator of this session. Dr. Blair is a lecturer in Global Leader Strategy and Leadership and Development of PwC. Also, we would like to welcome Dr. Raoul Risochi, Managing Director of PDO and IAB member. Dr. Amr Awad Al-Rawas, CEO of Taqniyat Oil and Gas Technology Group. Also, we would like to invite Dr. Joseph Aoun, President of Northeastern University, Dr. Fadi Makki, a member of the Council of Behavioral Science at the World Economics Forum, Dr. Nazar Fraju, President of Monash University, Dr. Charles Al-Aishi, the Director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the Vice President of California Institute for Technology, and Dr. Chris Moody, Science and Technology Advisor in the Science, Knowledge and Technology Transfer Office, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
All right, let's start. Can you all hear? Perfect. All right, great. So while we're getting the electronics worked up here, I just if I can, this is an inspiring day, right? It's an amazing day, and what we actually want to do with the panel is sort of say, so how do we bring this to Oman, right? What does it mean for Oman? But let me just sort of try to play back a few things I heard, because I think it generates the questions I want to ask the panel, right? So So the first thing is, in a sense, what's the presenting challenge, right? And Dr. Ian, you sort of described it pretty well, in the sense of the AI and other elements of technology, right, are at the risk of eradicating a massive number of jobs, right, or portions of jobs, right, and that we're going to have this continuous retooling need, right? So the question is, we don't know how much work is, how big the gap will be if there is one, but we clearly have a continuous retooling need, right? And that applies to Oman as much as anywhere. But there's sort of three multipliers, I think, that exist in Oman that make it especially interesting, right? So the first one is a huge number of young adults entering the workforce, right? So in a country like Germany, where the average age is 48 and a half, it's less of a problem, right? In a country like Oman, where the average age is significantly younger, it's a much bigger challenge, right? I think the second piece is it's also a country which needs to change its own economic base, right? And so it's not just that we have to prepare people for work, we actually have to create work, right? We have to create new jobs at the same time. And then the fourth, I think, is that it's a country that doesn't have hundreds of years of history of universities like Cambridge or Jet Propulsion Laboratories, right? So it doesn't have and therefore has both the opportunity of building in some ways de novo, but also the challenge of we don't have the massive legacy that some other countries have. And so to me, that's a pretty daunting challenge, right? And I think there's advice from everyone who spoke to that, and I'd like to sort of get and then what your piece was, we ought to bring the captains of industry up to talk, and so we have three here, right, that at least are intended to represent the captains of industry. One of whom is kind of a crossover, I think, which is kind of a bit of an academic captain of industry at the same time, right? And so we'll get them to speak, but I'd like to have those of you who presented react, right? But let's listen, let me sort of try to summarize what I heard as the core of the advice, right? The first part is, you have to define what it means to be a human being if we're going to create in ourselves the capacity to sit comfortably adjacent to technology, right? Because there are ways in which technology will do things we used to think was the purview of humans, right? So we have to sort of say what is really human that's left after sort of massive calculations, which we think we were better at, actually are taken by something else, right? So. And that actually, you implied a paradox, I think, Dr. Ian, in that, which is we have to be actually incredibly technically capable and understand what it means to be human at the same time, which is why you coined this phrase, which is the combination of technology and human art, humanics, right? And I think actually, Dr. Maki, you gave an example of that, right? Which is that we had this kind of hard science economics, which sort of assumed hyper-rationality, and you said, you know, by the way, we better soften this a bit and think about what it means to bring the other social sciences to bear on that question. And so you gave us a practical instantiation of integrating sort of human consideration into what feels like a hard thought, right? And so I think you were an exemplar of that, right? Then you gave us a second piece of advice, right? And the second piece of advice is, in some ways, this only works if we link the university to the environment of which it's a part, right? That we actually need to engage in experiential learning. And in some ways, gave a very traditional example of that, which is, let's do more internships, right? But I think you invited much more. And I think, in a sense, Dr. Farju, you actually gave an example of what something more could look like when you describe this sort of methodology of sort of problem-centered learning that involves environmental engagement and entrepreneurship, and essentially trying to create in the university the sorts of things that are happening in NASA all the time, right? Sort of try to create microcosms of that. But as a way, and included in that is some novel views of what architecture looks like. But the basic premise is, we have to change the way we teach and learn if we're going to be successful in solving humanics, right? And then I think we had a third piece of advice, which was, in the end, our job is to inspire people, right? And actually to remind people that if you go back to sort of the ultimate level of a human being, I think, Dr. Ayun. It is the natural curiosity that makes a human being. And in a sense, we just need hundreds of thousands of people like you, Dr. Laki, sort of standing up on stage and showing people how interesting the place is, right? And if we could just, so there's all this stuff about what do we have to do in a kind of technocratic sense, I think, which are the first two ideas. But there's this other piece, which is at the core, what we have to do is create contexts where people are just inspired, right? And then connect it to things. So, by the way, you know, space travel creates new puzzles, things we had never seen before. So can you actually have life under a massive sheet of ice sitting in an ocean, right? That's a really interesting puzzle, right? Can you actually have life that's the reverse of the one we know now, right? That's carbon-based consuming water versus water-based consuming carbon, right? And then I think the other piece that is important, what you said, is at the heart of it, science is this ultimately truly existential experience, which is you get humbled by it and you have moments of sheer joy, right? And so can we create that in a sense, right? And in the process of doing that, we will develop new insights about our world, right? And actually, I think you gave a nice example of how it evolves to have people and machines sitting adjacent to each other, each contributing to the other's natural strength and actually allowing us to be even more curious than we could be otherwise because the machine was there, right? So in a sense, you've created the world that Dr. Ayun wants us to have by illustrating what it means to be fundamentally, brilliantly human, right? But human in the end, right? So I think those are the three pieces of advice I heard, right? If I listened to the whole story. There was a lot more, but I'd bake it to those three. So let's come back, and there's three questions I have, one from each piece of advice. So if we could, and I guess sort of Mr. Restucci, if I could start with you and then have the others respond to your reaction. You know, actually, I'll save the next one for you. Dr. Rawaz, if we could start with you and have the other two react, right? Is finding what it means to be human distinct from machines and artificial intelligent beings, and building that capacity while being technically sufficient at the same time, right? Because I think what's really the challenge that Dr. Ayun gave us is what we have to kind of do is take the engineering department and the humanities department and mash them together, right? And everyone needs to have some capacity to do both, right? Should that be the aspiration of our universities, and is that what actually employers need in a future employee?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm to start with a mission to bring you back to Earth and try and answer this question. I guess if you look at what AI is doing, it's actually addressing only one level of the brain functionality, which is the thinking function. And then you have the feeling function, and an even higher level, which is the desiring function, which includes the imagination and everything else that makes us human as different from other animals. I think universities can actually focus more on the second level and the third level, but not quite yet. There's a lot still to be done in the first level, which is basically increasing the level or the pace of cognition. Cognitive sciences have gone a long way. Automation and technology is just catching up with what we can do to improve the speed of cognition and the multiplication of prediction, and this will take a long time. So I don't know if we need to focus so much on it now and ignore the cognition. I think we still have to do a lot on the cognition, but we can harness the technology that we have to improve the cognition process and move on to the feeling and the desiring kind two level.
So you agree with the argument, it's an evolutionary process though, right? And actually
Yes.
the sort of, I imagine this graph of this, a line going up where actually the amount of the human side increases every year relative to the tech side, right?
Absolutely.
But it's an evolving journey. And
It
part of
is
your point is, If we get too far ahead of ourselves,
Absolutely.
we actually produce people we can't employ. But so it's a timing issue as much as anything, right?
It's a timing issue. We need people to be aspired to the future and work on it, while people fixing the current. I think one of the things that I look for AI to fix right now immediately is this syndrome of learn, stop, test, assess, and go again.
Right.
I think we still it's really daunting for both the lecturers. I was a lecturer for 7 years, 2 years in England and 5 years in this very university, and the one thing that I hated was writing exams and then marking them, especially when you find some of your brightest students not doing well. So you start doubting the way you're writing the exam. And I think this is where we can get the most of AI. We're still in the cognition function of the brain, to look at how we can stop this misery of having to stop the learning process, to get tested, and then go on to the next level, and have some algorithm that will allow us to go testing as we go. Seamless testing that does not depress the lecturer or the student, and uses the learning resources better and the time better.
So Dr. Moody, do you have anything to add to his point about human and technology being merged together in ways we hadn't before?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What came to mind was, Elon Musk has been talking a lot about AI and the threat it poses to humanity. And this fits very well with what you said, in that the focus is on thinking right now, and that's evolving quite quickly. But there's very little work being done on emotion, imagination, feelings, these things. And so what you can envision is machine systems that only think and don't have emotions, making decisions that affect humans. And that's quite worrisome,
It's a little scary. Yeah. And so part of your point is you want the human sitting in the final seat in that decision process.
Exactly. Any decisions that affect humans directly, or even indirectly in a significant way, there should be a human in the decision loop, because otherwise you're missing a lot of that thinking, what we think of as thinking, that machines are missing key parts of it.
If I may just, I'm inspired by his put on this. See, I think what we need to look at is the teaching assistant for the lecturer and the learning assistant for the learner.
Yeah.
So in order to bridge the gap.
So hold that thought, because we're getting into that in the next one, which is what's the nature of learning need to be. It's a really good point. So let's just stay on this one for a minute. So either Dr. Maki or Dr. Ayoun, as you listen to what they said, and I think there were these two issues, right, they raised. One of them is it's evolving, right? So if we overemphasize human and we don't have enough tech in what we're teaching, we might be graduating students not employable because we got them ahead of time, right? So there's evolutionary piece, and so we got to teach economics at the same time we're teaching behavioral economics, right? And then the second point I think is where the decision authority sits, right, in the system when people leave. Could you just respond to either of those two?
You want to go first? Go first, please. Okay. Let me see. Here. Is it? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, I would like to go back. I couldn't agree more with you. And the tests are boring. And you used something called they stop the learning process. And I think that what we are seeing now is a really more, and you heard the term of learner-centered approach. A learner-centered approach is going to put the learner at the center. What does it mean? It means that personalized learning has to be with us. And you can use technology to move into adaptive learning. And what is adaptive learning? Is that each one is moving at her own pace, which means that the testing that you mentioned will disappear by definition, because testing is testing a mass or a group. Whereas adaptive learning is moving us at our own pace.
That's my reaction to that. And we have now the opportunity to do it. And I think that, you know, with the new university being built, the concept of personalized learning, adaptive learning, is something that could be incorporated very easily in the same way that the notion of undergraduate students exploring multiple disciplines could be also there. So you're absolutely right, and we can master. Done. We can master technology to serve the human being.
Yeah, Dr. Maki.
This is particularly timely as you're building your new university, because there is time to think about interdisciplinarity of research and about experiential learning. So with the age of artificial intelligence, big data, data analytics, this is a great opportunity to study more human behavior from different angles, from sociology, psychology. And with big data, that means a lot of potential for experimentation. And doing it in classrooms, bringing the policymakers in joint research between universities, students running, conducting experiments under supervision of teachers, and addressing the policy challenges that the policymakers are facing in education, in economy, in finance. There's a huge potential for this. And data analytics means more information, more shedding lights on what is there that can help us better predict human behavior, which is great for social good. And I mean, yes, private sector can harness it, can use it, but this is also very good for new public policies that are evidence-driven.
Right. Dr. Alaki, you want to jump in?
No, I want to add a comment. I'm one of the people who don't like the word artificial intelligence. You know, maybe that's not popular with others. Because really what I would like more words is it's really automation, technology helping humans. Right. I mean, I live around what's called a lot of intelligent machines, but at the end, they are programmed by the humans. So I look at what's called artificial intelligence as ways of collection of technologies and capabilities which help humans do things. And yes, it's going to impact jobs because it's going to help a human be more efficient, doing things, you know, more production kind of thing. And commenting on one thing you said earlier when you were commenting that Omanis are relatively young relative to Germans, and they didn't have the history of universities. I look at that as an opportunity versus a disadvantage. Because I can tell you, when I have a problem with my iPhone, I go to my daughter to fix it. So all these young people, they are much more comfortable with technology than I am, you know, on doing that. And that's why Joseph kept talking about continuous learning. Because, I mean, it's amazing what the technology is doing, and I can't even catch up with it, even that I run a technology organization. So I think looking at that, and particularly a new university like University of Oman and the present university, is to capitalize on these young people. They are so comfortable with technology that you want to help them, you know, continue that capability.
Yeah, and what I mean, linking your point with the earlier point, the really interesting thing is the example you gave of by bringing virtual reality to the experience, I can actually put you in Mars. Now, the premise is this, there's this time lag, right? I can put you in the history of the Mars rover because it takes a while for it to communicate back. But actually the ability to sort of see what it's doing and then instructing it on what to do next in some period is an amazing opportunity that a kid sitting in a laboratory in a new Omani university could have that was not possible 10 years ago, right? And so I think this is a case of where we just have to have the curiosity, which is the final point, I think, to sort of get us to envision what's possible with this right now. So a lot of people have talked about this notion of experiential learning, and you set it up, but actually, Mr. Rastucci, I'd like to start with you, right? Because the thing I am a little anxious about is we're using our existing understanding of the classroom and the university, in a sense, to think about experiential learning. And it's almost, we'll do the classroom stuff, we'll send them to you to learn, right? And it just feels like we've got to be a little more integrated than that, right? So I'm just wondering, how do you think about business connecting to the university and cities even connecting to the university as a way to create really experiential learning and what that looks like? I assume you have something in your head.
I think the alignment of industry and academia.
We need another one.
The alignment. Let's try again. Can you hear
There
it?
you go.
Yes.
Got it.
The alignment between industry and academia is a critical success factor. In the discussions we were having yesterday on the advisory board, I said a key enabler is not how beautiful the city is how closely aligned, connected to industry, accelerators, incubators, investors. So that intimacy is fundamental to secure a sustainable competitive advantage.
That requires us to rethink a university, right? Because they have this notion of university with walls and hard to get into and ivy covered, and you're essentially describing this kind of melding of, so actually the lab could be 100 miles in the water on an oil rig. It could be up in the mountains so you're envisioning a much more extensive notion of a university, right?
Yeah, because technology and knowledge is not about having it. It's about using it. And using it is about experience. And you can develop whatever concept you want in a lab, but if you can actually commercialize it in the field, then you've really brought the entire value chain.
Yeah,
and that's a major differentiator. The other point is that we tend to focus on the 18s to 22s or 24s, and as Professor Owen emphasized, it is a lifelong learning experience. I mean, machine learning, robotics, automation, deception technology, digital twins, it's a new language. If I don't understand that language, how the hell am I going to drive change? So I need to learn, never mind people in the audience. So that intimacy with a distributed learning environment, a connected learning, is fundamental to succeed.
Yeah, so this issue, the interesting issue, I think, is over the course of a lifespan, we want this continuous symbiotic linkage between the university and the people practicing in the world at large, either kids or people taking decisions like yourself, because I'm struck by, in PwC, I'm terrified of the conversations we have about the implications of machine intelligence for our own business, because people are having it who have no idea what they're talking about, right? I mean, they're paid a lot of money to make decisions around it, but they actually don't know it. And the reason they don't know it is they aren't your kid, right? They didn't grow up in it, and therefore they're understanding the world having watched television, right? And it's the wrong way to understand the world. So it's, to your point, if we're going to actually navigate the future, all of us have to be learning on a continuous basis. It's not just the job goes away, it's actually the nature of the job itself changes pretty dramatically, right? Yeah. So if we could continue with the experiential learning piece, because in some ways, Dr. Miyu, your job was to link university to practice in a serious way in the law, right? And you're thinking about it. How do we have to bring the society into the university and the university into society to make it work better so that students really learn well, whatever age they are?
Well, I think in my mind, I have this kind of niggling fear about this. We talked a little bit about this, and that if we change the way universities operate and schools, and we optimize it in every way we can to adapt to the changing world that's happening with automation and AI and these things that are happening, it still may not be enough, and we'll have a lot of people that don't have good opportunities because we still have the traditional economic structure that we have today that's based on industry and accumulating wealth and capital, and there are fewer people that are able to benefit from that. We've seen this continued concentration of wealth in the world, and that's not slowing down, which means at the other end there are fewer people benefiting from what's happening that's working in the economy. So what we really need is some kind of a new economic model that will change the valuation of things in society. So, for instance, teachers, caregivers, creative people are valued at a higher level and able to make a living doing that instead of going into the traditional business route or scientific or engineering route that a lot of people aren't, that isn't their skill set, you know. So how do we change the economy to recognize that and shift money away from the things that we have today toward that? Because if we don't, you know, and we have masses of people all over the world that are underemployed or unemployed, bad things will happen from that. So I don't have an answer for this. I'm looking, you know, to the audience, and hopefully somebody has some ideas on this. But teaching people in the university systems to be creative, adaptive, and think about economic models that will work with this new society and economy, that's a really important area. And I don't think that enough attention is being put on that right now.
Yeah, and actually, there's 2 points that come so far. One of them is we actually need to be in the business of helping create the work that's we're going to place people into, right? Your other point is we actually have to be in the business of helping society be essentially self-reflective about what it is in order to take advantage of the combination of people and technology in the way we need to. And we have to rethink our economic models, definition of what's work, for example, right? So yeah, and it's, you were going to
yeah, I just want, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. I thought he was pointing at me. But, I was just going to say that involves industry, taxation, culture and families. You know, they're all different aspects of how we shift that. And I kind of like the economic nudge idea that came up.
And public policy, exactly.
You know, the nudge idea, how do you nudge the right points to make that change?
Yeah, Dr. Mark.
Actually, 2 points. A very simple value proposition. It's about going back to basic, which is about experimenting. The next big thing is about building that culture of experimentation, not only within public sector, which should have their own behavioral insights unit to test what works. In every government, rather than rely on intuition and what we think works, we can experiment. We could do so many little change, small choice architecture type that can have an impact, and we could do measurable impact. And then also the importance of having this brought up front within kids at schools. You can have nudge clubs at schools to even get kids to think about community service with a behavioral twist, so that when they go test what works, see the impact. Seeing is believing. And you could take it even to university, because one of the things about the courses we're spreading, these are very powerful social innovation courses, because they give the students the flavor of the real world, give them several competencies other than teaching them the theory of behavioral science and nudge. It just gets them to engage with stakeholders, go to a ministry, talk to them, prepare data sheets, see how a full kind of challenge goes full circle from ideation all the way to experimenting. So this is absolutely kind of fascinating to see that spread and not to rely on intuition. This is rule number 1. And with more data and big data available and made available by government, I'm saying, those who have that, to research, to kind of private enterprises, this is when big things can happen. That's when creativity happens.
Yeah, so there's this micro issue and macro issue. And the macro issue, we actually have the ability to address in a way we didn't before, right? And actually we can teach the thought process, an experimental approach to that as a question, yes. Dr. Ayun.
I would like to go back to what Dr. Moody said about a new model. And clearly there are various models now being discussed worldwide. One model is a universal base income. And what people are saying, if people are going to lose their jobs, and inequality is going to increase, so you need to give a kind of safety net to people. And some countries are experimenting with that, some Scandinavian countries and the province of Ontario in Canada, etc. And some people are advocating for that. It is not clear to me that this is the right way to go. Another possibility also being tested, for instance, in the UK and other places, is to try to incentivize people, and it's not there in the UK yet, but they are thinking about it, is to give people a lifelong learning fund that you can use throughout your life in order to go back to what was said before by you, namely upskill them, reskill them, upgrade them. Lifelong learning is going to be a must. Her Excellency this morning asked me a question about how do we get it right. We don't get everything right by definition, as you know, but we know that the status quo is not viable. We know that there are emerging fields. We need to move into them. We need to get people to upgrade themselves, re-educate themselves, reskill themselves. And that's what is being discussed. This is only the beginning, and you're absolutely right. We need new models. And this is where we need economists to do that, whether they are behavioral or non-behavioral, and I don't have it. The macro is still there.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing that actually, because the idea we have oftentimes is actually it's technology and people meeting in sort of industrial work or service side work or the commercial side. There's actually this whole thing about technology and people meeting at the policy side as well, and actually we can engage both in a really, really intelligent way where we couldn't have before because data is available, right? But it requires an active imagination. The other thing that's interesting they're doing in England as well is they're talking about ensuring people who try to take on work that they may not succeed at, so they guarantee them an income if they try, not guarantee them an income if they don't do anything, right? And so it's a very different model. So Dr. Fajou, you've been listening to people talk about what experience looks like, and you're the one who actually gave the most comprehensive model. So what's your reaction to what you're hearing so far?
Well, actually, I like to stress the role of universities in making this happen.
Yeah.
Let me focus on the MENA region. What's the role of universities in driving the knowledge-based economy and preparation for the post-oil era? How can we change our curricula to adapt this notion? What skills we need to give our students to prepare them for this era? I think there is a lot to be done by universities because they can be the conduit for bringing everybody together, whether it's educational institutions, whether it's industry, or even government institutions.
It requires the university to rethink itself, though, right, in a way. And what's nice about the opportunity with the new university is it gets a chance to sort of start fresh, right? So let me do the last piece of advice I think we had, which is inspiring natural curiosity, right? And actually, if we can get a lot of the people who are students engaged, whatever age they are, and we can just inspire curiosity and the ability to dream, actually, right? I'll get back to you in a minute. I want to ask another person first. That's really key. And so, Dr. Rawis, if I think about your own life, it's been this interplay of intellectual and the world, right? Where you bring natural curiosity to what you do. So someone did it to you. Someone inspired curiosity in you, right? In a pretty interesting field that you probably, I don't know how you got there, but so what do we have to do to have more of our graduates and more of the people engaged with us in real time leaving with greater curiosity and a willingness to dream, right? What do we have to do?
Thank you very much. I mean, that's an interesting question. I was just thinking of the history. I was always guided by good teachers, faculty members in England, and then research heads in the US. What happens, the teachers can see the talent and guide you. I mean, for example, when I was still at college, I wanted to go to business systems. And then I get Mr. Bankhurst, sorry, yeah, I think, no, I'll remember the name in a minute. He came to me and says, how come you go into business systems? Because I told him, you know, I'm sponsored by PDO, I'm going to work in a business.
Right.
I need to help my business.
Right.
He says, no, your talent goes to software engineering. And the same happened with Professor Des Watson on doing AI computer science rather than just computer science.
Yeah.
So that is not always possible when a professor has to deal with 30 to 60 students and having to guide each one of them. But if you have, using technology, the learning assistant and the teaching assistant, you could get that guidance. You know, we talk about special needs, special needs students, but I think we all have our own special needs. And you need someone to touch those needs, recognize them, and respond to them. And I think technology with the correct algorithms, psychologically based, with proper intuition into the learning journey, can actually help guide students. But you still need that main role of an inspirer who is a human.
So everyone has a
but
grade
that
6
human,
teacher,
but
right,
that
in the
human
sense
gets
that-
also guidance from the system.
Yeah. So Mr. Rasfucci, just sort of a version of the same question for you, which is, you live in a world where you're dealing with serious practicalities every day, right? And in a sense, you can get ground down by them and actually lose curiosity and desire to learn. Doesn't seem like that's happened to you. So what do we have to do to get more people who sort of lift their head up and look at what's possible versus what's not in our education system? What do we have to do to make that happen?
Well, I think as a starting point, I would emphasize that AI is here to be an enormous enabler for us. There's a tendency to speak about what it could become, but the reality is today it is creating enormous value. It is de-risking operations. It is improving safety. In our business, AI is enabling us to today increase production by 3%, which may not sound a lot, but that's worth $350 million. Yeah. It has enabled us to map out opportunities, to shift into new value chains, to create 14,000 jobs last year. And a lot of that is driven by the recognition of the challenge that PDO or Oman faces, the need to be curious in terms of understanding that value chain, and where the opportunity is. And I guess as I speak to a number of students who are challenged, concerned, trying to position themselves for the fourth industrial revolution and what that means, I think embrace it, because it's a fantastic opportunity to create so much value. But you need to inquire and be curious on the opportunity for each part of the value chain. The space and scope is enormous. So, you know, in our business, I know we have a number of players that are concerned about the finite position of the oil and gas business. The reality is it will be here for the remaining part of the 21st century, but we can then move all those skills into other spaces which the world needs and requires.
So I'm curious how much time we have, because there's one thing I want to do and then turn it to the audience. So everyone, you have 20 seconds, right? And so think about this, 20 seconds. So there's a set of people here who are thinking about how to make education in Oman great for their future with the challenges I described earlier, right? What's the one thing you would say, pay attention to this, please, right? And I'm going to have you go last. So you start first, please.
No time to prepare. So.
Yeah. 20 seconds, go. Fast round.
I think especially in primary schools, having teachers and whoever's involved asking children, what do you enjoy, what do you like, and encouraging them to be imaginative early on, and keep that going throughout the process and design the education around the individual.
Cool. Next, Dr. Farju. Go. What's your advice? 20 seconds.
I totally agree. We need to define approaches on how to develop talents of our students. I think all students have talents, but the idea is how to develop this talent and put things in practice. And I agree with you. I believe in inclusive education rather than special needs education.
Dr. Awas.
Thank you. I believe there was a question earlier from Dr. Hilal Hinai on the humanities versus engineering. I think from my humble experience, I'd been accepted at Sussex University, England, for computer science in the engineering school. And then I got the advice from Professor Des Watson, no, you don't belong in the engineering school. You should go to the Cognitive and Computing Sciences School. Because then I did psychology, I did linguistics, and I think that has helped me immensely. I think what Oman can do is actually lower the barrier, the silos between the two fields of education.
Yep, your turn.
The fourth industrial revolution brings incredible tools, but it should not change the critical success factors of what a university brings to the table. Leadership, curiosity, entrepreneurship, risk-taking, determination. Nothing's changed except some of the tools.
I would say skills. Build the skills early on in schools. The skills, the curiosity to experiment. Teach the skills of experimenting, whether in social sciences or in STEMs. So it's a skill set, it's a curiosity, it's a mindset, not to rely on intuition, but to test what works. Yes. What works is not what each of us thinks works, but what was tested to work.
Thank you. 20 seconds, 3 things. Allow exploration, interdisciplinary exploration through humanics or STEAM. And even at the undergraduate level. Number 2, go for the full experiential, and number 3, adopt lifelong learning.
Dr. Alak.
Okay, I guess being the last one, I get 30 seconds. No, but to tell you what I think is the fundamental role of a university, I think there are 2 aspects of it. One is to distill all the knowledge which was created in the last centuries and inform the student about them and anchor them on it. The second role is to create an environment for innovation and adventure. You cannot teach it, you create that environment. So give you a quick example. The way I teach my class at Caltech, the first half I give students homework, the traditional way to make sure they are anchored. The second half I give them some crazy idea and tell them, go and work a project to figure out how to do that. I want to put a sailing boat on the lake in Titan. Go and figure out how. And I work with them so they see the process of thinking, and innovation. So by doing that dual teaching and working on project or experiments, I think that's what creates the innovative.
Yeah, part of the interesting issue is you can't just do problem-centered learning without people actually having some base to solve the problem in the first place, right? And so you actually need to pair the two, but in a way that gets them engaged. So do we have time for questions? So let's go to the audience and see, please, right there, right in the center. We need a mic.
Thank you.
So introduce yourself and then sort of ask a question and put it to a person, and then we can give others a chance to.
Well, I've got 3 comments which I would like them to answer, any one of them.
Okay.
Yeah? Essentially, number 1 is that to inspire youth, you need a real change in the policy, and therefore a change, a mindset in the change of the policymakers. We are talking about the future of education and work in the age of artificial intelligence.
Yes.
A lot of policymakers do not have that experience.
Yes.
Point number 2. Talking about the future, you need to see at least one person who is 20 years old sitting in the panel. Yeah? You can't talk about the future and the youth themselves aren't involved.
Yes.
Point number 3, talking about education and the role of universities. I think universities, if they are not very careful and seriously criticize themselves, that the fact of the matter today, in the age of technology, garage universities
Yeah, we got that last one. Yeah, they're at risk of being disrupted. They're at risk of being disrupted themselves.
So garage universities have proven more effective than academic classes. And universities and the ministries related to that need to be very self-conscious about those points. Thank you very much.
So these are actually parts of the same question, really, right? Which is we need a policy change, which means we need to include youth in the process, right? And we actually need to recognize we don't disrupt ourselves, someone will do it to us. So who wants to take that first?
Well, I'll start with, do you realize Dr. Roas is 19 years old, by the way? So, you know, so we already ticked the box on that one. I think I'll start with the first one, which was policy.
Yeah.
I think policy needs to be framed as an enabler, as opposed to constraint. It's fundamental. So if you take the fourth industrial revolution, the key components, cloud access is fundamental. But today, sovereign data transfer is an issue. So do you constrain it or do you enable it? Recognizing that there's risks on both sides. So policy is fundamental. Uber wanted to move testing trials in Los Angeles. Los Angeles said no. So they moved to Arizona. And they said yes. And they created 1,200 jobs within a few weeks.
Yeah.
So who's winning?
It's not just policymaker, it's also the accrediting bodies, right? We need both to be enablers rather than sort of...
I can take this one. First, the accrediting body is the lowest the common denominator. You have to push them. Yeah. They are not here to push you. But I want to go back to a comment here. I'm going to diverge a little bit. We are being very paternalistic when we talk about inspiring youth. They can inspire us, and they can inspire each other. Yeah. We are not the inspiration. They are the inspiration. And the way to do it is to enable them to create, to innovate, to be entrepreneurial. My friend Charles and I go way back. But if I were in his course, I would tell him, do not give me the crazy idea. I am going to give you the crazy idea. And that's what we are seeing with the youth. That's what makes us, you know, humble with respect to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else?
Well, let's give you a comment about the policy, considering there are a lot of senior people here. I used to go a lot to the Congress in the United States, you know, to tell them about, you know, what is needed. And what impressed me is 90% of their staff, they are in their 20s. So that's encouraging the U.S. of bringing young people to be the staff for the senior ministers and the senior congressmen. And they are the people who infuse ideas, you know, related to the policy. So maybe that's something Oman might be thinking about it and encourage doing.
Other questions? Back there.
Yes. I have one thought and one question.
Okay.
Okay, we all agree that curiosity is at the heart of learning. I think now we have a real opportunity because we have the web, because all the information is out there on the web, at least for undergraduate courses. So probably now the teacher has to rethink their role in the classroom. There is no point of going over class material that's already available on the web. So maybe the teacher now can use the class time to simply ask questions. Curiosity begins with asking questions. So if we use the class time to encourage the students to ask questions, and then they search for the answers on their own, so the teacher is no longer a teacher, is more of a coach. That's my thought. My question is to Dr. Ashi. Now that we knew that Stephen Hawking passed away today, at one time Stephen Hawking expressed some concern that technology as we know it, as it's driving itself, could bring an end to the human race. What are your thoughts on this?
You said that technology could be the answer.
End to the human race.
Well,
that's what he said.
Again, going back on, I think somebody talked about Elon Musk talking about the risk of artificial intelligence. I don't subscribe to that idea. I think as humans, I think we are going to be always kind of, I don't want to say in control of technology, but the innovator of the technology. And at the end, the technology is what you program, in it. So I don't go for that idea. Now, commenting on your first statement about everything can be on the web and the students can go on the web, but there is one thing which will be missing from you sitting in your room and searching the web, is interacting with other people. So part of the class is, yes, it has to be changing, so it's not lectures, but learning how you work as a team with other humans. Because when you go to industry, to do your job, you don't do it by yourself. You work it like a team. So how do you get that, if you want the growth in the young people, the emotional growth of being able to work constructively with other people?
Right.
You cannot do it on the web. And things which I regret is when I see people always communicating by iPhone instead of talking to each other. Sitting at dinner and they are all communicating by iPhone versus having a conversation to the other one. So we need to be careful not to go too far on having everything done on the web.
Just want to add that the fact of having information available, and we know now through so many experiments, is not enough. People are not rational. You put information in front of them, they don't necessarily process it, and they do not act in their own interest. That's why behavioral economics has been growing, to provide that nudge in the right direction, to make it easy. So the mindset is, how do you make kind of the learning easy and intuitive?
So there are two things about this, I think, which we have to grant, though, right? One of them is actually the notion of a professor in the front who's sort of the purveyor of facts kind of disappears, right? And the point is, it gives us the potential to do something radically different, right? I remember when I was a dean, I had a student come to me the year and said, "I just want you to know you were 97.5% accurate in the facts you declared in your dean's speeches," right? And I said, "So how is that?" And he said, "Well, you were better than any of our faculty in the classroom," right? So there is a point about there is fact out there that we don't, and so it allows us to change the role. I think the point that's interesting in this is envision the potential technology now gives us that we didn't used to have and take advantage of that, right? I think is actually being asked. But realize that actually it forces us to be even more reflective than we were, I think, right? Because the issue is, I don't think people anticipated, for example, how social media was going to change the nature of social discourse and social interaction, right? They didn't know it. And actually, if we'd thought about it in advance, we might have done something slightly different. So kids actually are taking their phones and putting them in the middle of a table at dinner. And if you look at your phone, you pick up the tab, right? Which is kind of cool, right? And so people are, in a sense, being self-conscious about that is actually kind of important. So another question?
Can I just add one more point to the technology take over the human race? So today there's 1 billion people that don't have access to a light bulb. There's 1 billion people that don't have access to water and intermittent access to some power. Without technology, combined with the creativity and imagination of humankind, we will not resolve some fundamental issues which are existential. So I can't comment where technology and AI will be 50 years from now. At the moment, it is incredibly narrow in scope and capability. But without it, we will not resolve issues such as climate change and beyond. So that's the bigger threat, not what may turn out after that.
Yeah, Dr. Aros, I think what Hawkins is talking about is his colleague Nick Bostrom, right, has this really scary book, right, called Superintelligence, right? And essentially he entertains the question, how do you program a machine that is way smarter than us, could take over the world, so it actually doesn't do something unintentionally stupid, right? Because you can't, and most of the answers we come up with don't work, right? So now that's what Hawkins said, and that's somewhere between 80 and 100 years from now is what he's essentially saying. So, but it's a real issue, potentially. But so, Dr. Ross.
Yeah, I want to go back to Mohammed's question on the ages and the classroom to combine the two questions. You see, the age group that you were talking about was, got all their emotions and senses triggered by a flat 2D black and white movie. So they cry their hearts out and they laugh their heads out on just a 2D black and white movie. Right now in the classroom for the millennials, you need a lot more than that to trigger their emotions. Therefore, I think, in my opinion, even virtual reality is counterproductive because it pacifies a lot of the senses. What you need is augmented reality and more augmentation as possible. The only thing I would exclude from being augmented as real to the reality is anything that is harmful or too expensive. But as much augmentation as possible should be involved to continue to engage all the senses of the young people who can only be triggered by such an inclusive, comprehensive environment. Not like we did. I forgot that I'm out of the generation. But people just got all their emotions triggered on a black and white movie. Now, that's not possible. This is where you employ technology.
I do think the thing about augmented and virtual reality that is a huge potential is the example you gave of the Land Rover. I was at Microsoft getting to do the stuff you did with them, right? The other one was kind of cool, is actually the virtual reality where they actually had gloves that had tactile sense associated with them, where you actually were conducting surgery. So they let me do surgery on a patient with, and it turns out because there was no harm to this artificial patient. No, they died. Actually, they survived. But someone had to clamp an artery that I didn't bother clamping. But it was a remarkable experience because I didn't have smell, but you had sound, you had visual, and you had tactile, right? And it was so there's the potential to create things you could never create before, and actually bring them to people in ways we hadn't before. Because it turns out this allows us to have someone practice surgery before they ever touch a person, and it could be miles away from a hospital, right? And have it. So there's huge opportunity if we use it right? And other questions? Yes, over here, sir.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في الحقيقة أشعر بالسعادة والامتنان لمن ساهم اليوم في هذه الندوة والتي نحن بحاجة ماسة إلى مناقشة هذه المواضيع الحساسة. الآن هل تشاركون الرأي في أن مرحلة التعليم السابقة للتعليم العالي يجب أيضاً أن تكون مواكبة ومسايرة للعالم الاصطناعي أيضاً؟ لقد آن الأوان إلى أن ننظر إلى مدارسنا الآن نظرة أخرى. ما يحدث الآن في الواقع العربي هو الامتحانات المجردة، حيث تقاس المعرفة فقط ولا تقاس المهارات. إذن آن الأوان الآن لفتح معامل تكون موجودة أيضاً في مدارسنا تحاكي الصناعات الخارجية، بحيث الطالب يكون يعني على دراية بما يحدث في العالم الخارجي أو في الدول الصناعية المتقدمة، فتوضع هذه المهارات والتي هي على مستوى عالي جداً، خاصة في سلطنة عمان، والتي ذكرها البروفيسور مثل سميث، والكثير من معامل الرياضيات والعلوم التي طبقت، ولكن للأسف الشديد هي فقط تقاس كامتحانات مجردة، يعني لا تقاس كمعامل موجودة في المدارس يعني يتخرج منها الطلبة أو يخرج منها الطلبة إلى التعليم العالي وقد أتقنوا مهارة معينة ممكن أن يعني يدخلون في سوق العمل بمجرد أن ينهوا مرحلة التعليم، أو أنهم يمكن أن يتابعوا مراحلهم المتقدمة، والتي ممكن أن، ومن هنا يحدث الابتكار ومن هنا يحدث الإبداع، عندما يكون الشخص قد تناسبت مهاراته مع تعليمه مع ميولاته أيضا، ومن ثم يطورها، أو أنه يذهب إلى سوق العمل ويجد نفسه بأنه أعد إعدادا أساسيا منذ الصغر، ونجد أنه قد يعني توظف وظيفة قد أحبها. الآن ما هو الواقع؟ نجد الكثير من الطلبة في صف العاشر إلى الآن صلاحية خيار المواد، هل يذهب إلى المواد العلمية أم إلى المواد الأدبية؟ متردد إلى الآن، لم يسجل. وكثير ما تجد طلاب التعليم العالي يعانون من قلق المستقبل وقلق الوظيفة والقلق المهني. لا يوجد وعي مهني للطلاب منذ نعومة مراحلهم.
أستاذتي أنا طلبوا مني أترجم، أنت صعبتها علي، لو نوقف شوية على الأقل عشان أترجم. Her question is relating, she starts by saying it's high time that we bring the technologies and the theories that you're talking about today to school education, not only limited to university education. She says that at the moment at school education they focus on isolated testing and assessment methods that basically test the knowledge accumulation rather than skill accumulation and attitude accumulation. So the idea is, when are we going to try and push these technologies down to schools and include with them helping students to decide based on their skills, knowledge, and attitude which disciplines to choose. She feels that some kids have a dilemma choosing to go to the humanities stream or the science stream, and therefore it impacts their future jobs.
So just a data point on this, it's kind of interesting, which is, it turns out that if you look at the rate of learning a kid has before they enter kindergarten, it's 4 times greater than after they enter, right? Which means we've actually dampened natural curiosity by sending them to school, right? And so I think at the heart of your question is, can we do a better job in early education than we're presently doing, right? And actually use technology to enable that, and actually use experiential learning, all the things we've been talking about at university, bring it down K through 12, right? And make that. So who wants to take that one?
بدي رح بحكي بالعربي. رح بذكر تجربة بسيطة مرقت فيها من حوالي أسبوعين بمدرسة أولادي اللي هن جريد 10. في تجربة جديدة أو مبادرة جديدة بدأت بمدرسة الآي سي بلبنان، هي shadowing، يعني الطلاب بيروحوا وبيقضوا نهار مع وحدة من المهن أو الوظائف early on حتى ياخدوا فكرة عن شو هي المجالات يلي ممكن يروحوا فيها. ورأيت إنه كانت عملية تحويلية لهالطلاب يلي شفتهم بعد ما قضوا النهار بوظيفة طبيب أو مدرس أو مهندس أو عامل بمعمل. فكانت تجربة كتير مهمة. كمان هيدي بعتقد من الأفكار يلي ممكن تساعد بإضفاء نفحة تجريبية وواقعية بتساعد التلميذ لاختيار الأفضل بالمستقبل.
So one more question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Saif Al-Haddabi from the Research Council. I think from the discussion, we all know that we are living in a dynamic world where actually many systems interacting with each other. The workforce system, the education system, they are influencing each other and sometimes actually blaming each other. And but also we know there are fundamental knowledge that never change, no matter which era we are living in. And this fundamental knowledge, if the education system fails to get them to the future talents or to the graduates or to the students, then no matter, I mean, if they are not equipped with these fundamental knowledge, such as, I mean, the fundamental laws, gravity, classical mechanics, quantum mechanics, the laws of thermodynamics and the electromagnetics, these will never change. And I think, in my opinion, these are the drivers for any future technologies or adaptation for new types of knowledge or revolutions. So do you agree with me that if there is really a failure in delivering this fundamental knowledge to the future talents in whatever actually educational system, then there is no matter what we're going to do, that gap will remain there. Thank you very much.
Can I take that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doctor, nobody's saying that AI Ed will take away the fundamental sciences. I think what researchers are saying is that we'll make delivering those sciences much faster and much easier. Testing the acquisition of that knowledge will become much easier. Teaching people the right skills to use that knowledge, as Raul was saying, the application of knowledge becomes more important than the acquisition of the knowledge. And then basically putting around those the right attitudes is what we're driving. I think nobody's saying that fundamental science is going to be ignored. It's just the way you deliver it, the way you test it is going to be different. And then the way you harness it and apply it is going to be enhanced, as well as the measurement of the attitudes that prevail as a result of acquiring knowledge and skills. I think this is something that has to be said. in terms of this is not a threat to fundamental sciences, and universities will continue to teach fundamental sciences. Numeracy, physics, and communication language is going to continue to be very important.
Dr. Farja?
I totally agree. It is the method of delivery. At the moment, we actually, our students memorize, sit for exams, and then they forget. So what about delivering through group teaching and learning and problem solving? This has proven to be a better way of delivering knowledge. The disciplines will never change, but the way we deliver has to change.
So I do think it's worth recognizing that what we think is true today will be false tomorrow, at least in part, right? I mean, it turns out Newtonian mechanics applies in a case where actually there's a lot of energy in the system and actually quantum mechanics doesn't work, right? And so it got replaced by quantum mechanics, and it turns out we had this theory that actually quanta couldn't exist at high temperature rates, but actually take a look at the combination of quantum mechanics and biology, right, which is a relatively new science, by the way. It's not one of the old ones you were referring to. We're actually discovering that quantum mechanics actually works in enzymes at normal temperatures. Now that's a violation of what we think of as a traditional piece of known wisdom. So we have to teach the basics, but recognize that actually as we engage the world in the way this panel is asking us to, we're going to discover the limits of that and have to create some new theories, right? And that's actually part of the goal. And the more we can engage people's curiosity, we're going to find that, right? So, but point taken, you better know some math before you start doing some of this stuff, right? So any last comment from anyone? Benedictory comment from anyone you'd like to make? All right, so let me, if I can, first of all, thank you for attending, people, if you would. You sat for a long time, and I think you did because this is an inspiring set of people. This has been an amazing day, and so thank you, by the way, for being willing to put it on. Thank you. It's a privilege. And so if I listen to everything that came out today, I think I want to take the point of and just tell a story. So I was a young professor at Duke University when we just started our business school. And I was asked to set up a strategy, head the strategy task force around what we would do about making the school good. And it turns out we did a classic exercise, which is what are our strengths and weaknesses? And I remember this, we were down at the beach in North Carolina, and it was a kind of depressing event because we had 3 strengths and 32 weaknesses, right? And we had no senior faculty, we had no chaired professors, we had no money. We were in Durham, North Carolina. I mean, it was just this ridiculously negative list, right? And so we looked at the list and sort of walked away and said, we should give up because we have no chance of becoming a good school. And actually, the year after I left as dean, we were #1 in the world. And so what we did that was interesting in that was we said, is there any way to turn those things that feel like weaknesses as we look at ourselves into strengths? Can we take the relative youth of the faculty and say we can do things that other faculty can't do? Can we take the fact that we're in Durham and say we're going to become a global business school? Can we actually turn these things that feel like they're problems and actually make them assets, right? So for me, I think the most wonderful opportunity that sits with creating a brand new university at this moment in time is that actually we know that the present universities are not designed to do what you were talking about today. They're just not, right? They've got some things, but there's a lot of recommendations that we're given here that are about doing something different, right? So a greenfield is a fantastic opportunity, and I think actually a greenfield in a place as you described that actually has a lot of youth is a really fantastic opportunity, right? And so I think that, to me, the really inspiring part of the moment is hearing from a set of people who are extremely reflective about the tradecraft of education at the time we're in, and applying that insight to the opportunity that we're going to have once in a lifetime. And so to those of you in the front row, and those of you in the audience, and those of you who are helping advise those in the front row, let's give it a go and make this something the world will just be completely blown away by, right? And for creating the opportunity for us to have this conversation, thank you very much, and let's call it a day.